Hello, everybody! Happy Monday, happy time zone, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Hello, Chameleon. Hello, Juan. Hello, Pillar. Hello, Wisp. Hello, Biddy. Hello, Equivalent. Hello, Slime. Hello, Possum. Hi, is this the stream where the VTuber's taller than the average VTuber? I mean, I guess so. I don't know what this for. Again, like I said, I don't know what this conspiracy is where VTubers are supposedly very short, but I don't know. Hello, Juan. Hello, Emoji. Hello, Squee. Hello, everyone. Hello, 26. Hello, Gonzo. Hello, Cthulhu. Hello, Kumaru. Hello, Mex. For example, Camilla and Shai are 4'5". Hello, Nyasuke. It's not a conspiracy if it's true. This is why I keep telling you guys I'm taller than average. I'm taller than average. And you're like, no, you're short. And I'm like, dude, the numbers are there. All of you are saying VTubers are short. I'm 5'6". I'm taller than average. If the average is like under 5 feet. Hello, Cyanistic. It's a me because the handful of 4' something high profile VTubers. Yeah. By 2 inches? False. I'm 5'6". I'm 5'6". I'm taller than other VTubers by at least a foot. Okay? Most of them. Sure, I'm not as tall as Matara, and I'm not as tall as Zentrea. Okay? Yes, a win is a win, and we take those. Exactly, Solaris. We take those. By at least a centimeter. Okay, put it this way. Taller in a visible sense. How tall is Zen? I don't know. Apparently she's tall. I'm not entirely sure. Also, I am preparing a parfait for me. I'm preparing myself a parfait. A little yogurt parfait. I've got a vanilla parfait with blueberries, raspberries, and strawberries, and then I have some granola on top. Num num num. Zen is nearly 6 feet, I believe. Yeah. There's definitely like a good list of like tall VTubers out there. Like tall as in like 6 feet VTubers. I'm not one of them. Limu at 4'11", Henya at 4'6". See, again, I'm still in the 5 foot range. I still have like a few inches over a good number of VTubers. At least you don't have to climb up on your countertops to reach the top cabinets. Yeah, correct. I don't have to do that. I can reach the top of the cabinet only by standing on my toes. I don't have to climb onto the cabinets. A VTuber you're friends with is 4'11". That's why I'm saying, guys, I'm taller than the average person. And you guys are like, but that's short. 5'6" is short, actually. It doesn't matter. It's still taller than average. No stool needed. Nope. No stool needed. I do not need a lift or a boost or anything like that. I can get things on my own. I do not need assistance. I'm 6'5". Just switch your numbers and you get me. Yeah. Taller than the average person? No. VTuber? Yes. Yes, I'm taller than the average. 5'6". 5'6" and socially allowed to add another 8 inches through footwear. Yes. No uppies needed. Correct. Yeah, 5'6". Guys, literally, I don't know how many times we've fucking gone over this discussion before. I doubt you're 5'6", and I said I doubt you're 5'6", and I think you are short like the rest of the VTubers. Taller than me. Look it up. What is the average height for an adult woman? And you're gonna see it's like, I don't know, fucking 5 feet or something. Okay? I am taller than average. Your uncle was 6'10". Holy shit, dude. You got 3 inches on me? Yes. Yeah. That's what I mean. I'm taller than the average woman. I don't mean taller than the average human being. I know that that's not possible. I'm taller than the average adult woman. Taller than the average bear. Biddy, thank you so much for 19 months at tier 2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In any case, I can use your head as a rest post. I highly doubt that, but sure. I'm 5'9", or as I like to say, 69 inches. Is that actually 69 inches? Because that'd be really funny. I'm just under 6 feet. Male though, I was shorter than half of my gym class, girls and boys both. 6 feet is still pretty tall, and just under 6 feet, that's still tall. To me anyway, I still think that's fairly tall. Average is short though. I don't, it's relative. It's relative. Hello, Fanatic. Hello, how you doing? Doubt it because you'd smack him or because you're taller. I doubt it because I don't think you'd be able to rest your elbow on my head comfortably. You know what I mean? Like, not in a comfortable... You'd probably have to have your, like, your elbow up high and it would not be comfortable. I heard you have some comm work going on. Looking forward to seeing it. Yeah. I have some fun work going on. I've got quite a number of chibis. I got a very interesting request as well. It wasn't a chibi. It was a little outside of like the hey.
46 baby.
Hey, how you doing, Genji? Thank you so much. Holy cannoli, dude. Thank you so much for 46 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Guys, I'm taller than average. No, really, guys, seriously, yeah. Almost 4 years. Almost 4 years. Just getting in from work. Nice. Heck yeah. I'm looking forward to the fanfiction that we're going to be reading tomorrow, Genji. I look forward to that. Apologies if the Outlier Commission is outside of your comfort zone. Wait. Do you guys know? Do some of you know what the commission is? It's not outside of my comfort zone, by the way. It's not outside of my comfort zone. But do you guys know what the commission is? Because, like, it's Grimmy's. Did she talk about it on stream? Oh my god. Sorry-san. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome. She sent you the DM on stream. Yes. Okay, what is it? Okay, Grimmy DM'd me yesterday. She's, because, like, my commissions are open, right? Here. She's talking to you up big time. Oh my god, I love Grimmy so much, dude. She's so great. No, Grimmy DM'd me yesterday. She wasn't sure who to talk to, so I reminded her you had comms open. It's an old stretch goal from her subathon. Yeah. So she DMs me out of the blue, and she's like, hey, how much would it be to commission Gojima and Joff making out? I need to for my stream background for a while. I said some stuff a while back I forgot about. Also, hope you're well. And I was like, oh my god. Like, I was like, oh my god. Do you want it to be simple chibi style or something slightly more detailed? And I'm on board. No, I am super on board. And I started asking for details and I was just... Because like the thing is, okay, here's the thing, okay? I'm down to draw that stuff. I'm down to draw it, okay? The thing is, I need to know what the dynamic you're going for is, okay? Who's the one who initiated? And who is the one that is accepting of the initiation? Basically, who's the top, who's the bottom? Who's the uke, who's the seme? You know what I mean? I gotta know the dynamic between these two. I need to know. I'm super down for doing it. I just need to know who. You were the right person. Who's doing 90? Who's going 90? Who's doing 10? Yes, exactly. Do you have an online art portfolio people can look at? Yeah. Gonzo, I have a VGen. It's not all of like my it's not all of my art, obviously, but a lot of the commissioned art is on there. If you want to check that out. How much to draw Voidling getting obliterated by Shadow the Hedgehog at a Skyline Chili parking lot? If it's 2 characters, it would be 100. It depends. Okay, so if you want like 2 chibis, it'd be like $100 because like if you have one character and then an additional character, it's $50 a pop. You put them together, it's $100. Depending on how detailed the background is, that could be an additional thing. But if you want a very simplistic background, it's not gonna cost extra. Surely Jeff initiates in that setup. Could be. No, US. 100 US. How much to draw? Wait, no, I read that already. Would you be willing to do an art comp for me that I can use as merch? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 1000%. I would be super duper happy to, Yinji. Super duper happy to. No, I'm like fueled right now, man. I'm super excited. So yeah, so guys. Okay, so you got, yeah, there's some people that are saying that Jeff is the one to initiate. So I think that, I think we'll go that way. I think we'll go that route. Hello, Kirito. Hello, hello. Welcome and welcome. 1000%, just like the prices for the calm license. No. No. Someday I'll have the spare income to commission my dream artist. Oh, I hope that you can do that, man. It's definitely some like it's definitely like not superfluous, but it's like extra income kind of thing, you know? It's a luxury thing. I feel like all art is technically kind of like a luxury. So yeah. A lot of people started judging you for your Victor pick and don't remember you love art. Like I said, you like him freaky and stabby. Exactly. Exactly. I'll DM with an idea that I have. I had a merch concept I was going to do, but I just learned I have to do it sooner than I wanted. Yeah, for sure. Hit me up. Hello, Jacob. Hello. Thank you, Cthulhu. Thank you. Hypothetically, if I were to ask for Thomas the Tank Engine, I'll do it. It's gonna be very simplified because I don't want to draw all the details on an engine, but yeah. Thanks, Possum. Hello, Sus. It's going very well. Thank you. Unless you're a VTuber, then the art is a business expense. Yes, true. Oh, thank you, Biddy. Thank you. I will say, I think that you can only write it off as a business expense if you're actually planning on using the art for, like, your actual work. For example, like for stream assets or for advertising or merch or what have you. If I were to commission somebody to draw ship art of me and one of my husbandos as a personal thing, I don't think I could write that off as an expense. It's not a business expense. That's self-indulgent. That's self-indulgent. It's not a business expense. How much are you willing to pay a fully detailed Hadron Collider? I'd probably refuse it. Stringfellow. I'd probably refuse it. Your style is cute, but also can feel chaotic. Reminds me of the Felix the Cat cartoon. Oh, that's a very fun comparison. I knew you drew, but I didn't know you were this good. I love your art style. Your Iron Mouse is amazing. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you use it on a schedule post as promotional, you're right. You're right. You know what? I could use my self-indulgent art on a promotional post, on a schedule post. I could do that. I don't know how much people are going to enjoy if... See, here's the thing, okay? I have never commissioned self-indulgent art because I'm very embarrassed. I've only ever drawn it myself. I don't know if I could, but it's so weird because I'm super on board with drawing self-indulgent art for people. Like, if someone commissions me to draw them with their, like, husbando, fuck yeah, dude, I'll draw that. I'll freaking draw that. Like, I will be super happy to help you, like, chase your dreams and chase your bliss and, like, you know, live out that fantasy through, like, commissioned art. But then I'm embarrassed commissioning someone else for that same kind of self-indulgent art. You know what I mean? I don't know why. I don't know why. The incident of me and my friend fighting got worse as my cousin was really angry at him for it. It could be much better if all that stopped for me. Yeah, I hope it gets better, sus. I hope it does. I'm excited for Alphena's schedule for next week, but it's a bit weird that she put it over House MD Yowie. Oh my god. We won't judge you for getting hacksawed by art. Okay, well, I'm sure some people might. I have too much shame to ask for my fantasies. Fair enough. I mean, I feel like that's kind of the same. I just do it myself. I just draw it out myself because I'm like, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. But anyway. Big sexy art of me making out with an anthro shotgun dressed as a magical girl. Wait, an anthropomorphic. Oh, kind of like the gun devil in Chainsaw Man. Except it's like shotgun devil in Chainsaw Man and also dressed as a magical girl. Like that? That could be a thing. That's a thing. I'm sure it's a thing. It's for sure a thing. Do not spoil. Gun Devil has been talked about since the beginning of time. It's not a spoiler. I have not gotten far in Chainsaw Man, like, at all, by the way. I have not read the Chainsaw Man things. I just know that there's a Gun Devil that exists. We don't know what he looks like? Oh, I'm assuming that it's just... I don't know what he looks like either. I'm just assuming that it's, like, humanoid person with, like, a gun for a head. Just like literally everyone. Literally a gun with legs. I'll commission something and then it'll be like, oh god, everyone knows that I'm down bad for cartoons. Dude, the amount of people that are down bad for cartoons, I don't think anyone is going to ever question it, Plaster. No one. It's been shown to the manga and he's spectacular. Awesome. You go to a con, you got his look spoiled for you. I've seen him a bunch of times at cons. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of unavoidable when you go to a convention, like an anime convention. You kind of just have to expect it. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, you're right. People liking cartoons. Freaking, like, people that worked on, like, Simpsons and Rugrats and, like, a bunch of cartoons that you watch, like, on TV. A lot of the animators and, like, the storyboard artists and, like, people like that, they fuck around and, like, they draw the cartoon characters, like, in really horny ways, just for fun. So you wouldn't be, you're not weird. I don't think anyone is weird for, like, doing that. I really don't. Give me a second, I'm eating my parfait. There's porn in the Disney vault. I believe it. I would not. I believe it. Yeah, okay. The artist that did the designs for Lilo and Stitch, the Lilo and Stitch, movie. Let me just go get what... Cause, like, I have one of his art books. That is completely separate from Lilo and Stitch entirely. Lilo and Stitch artist. Chris Sanders. The artist, Chris Sanders, is an amazing artist. He is an amazing artist. And, like, you can tell what kind of like, body type he has a preference for. But I'm just saying, like, his art is all very, very... Here, if I can just show you, I'm gonna show you an image here. Just so that, like, people can understand that, like, it's okay, dude. It's fine. There's literally nothing wrong with finding cartoons attractive, dude. He knew what he was doing. Oh, 1000%. Here, let me show you something completely unrelated to Lilo and Stitch so that you can understand. Like, I have one of his sketchbooks. I don't have this one. I don't have this specific one. I have one of them, but this is not the one that I have. Look at this. Look at that, okay? And tell me that it's not like dude. She has a tan line. You can tell her tan line on her butt cheek right there. She has tan lines on her butt cheeks. Like, dude. That is an artist. That is the artist that worked on Lilo and Stitch. He did the designs for the characters in Lilo and Stitch. Yep. Yep. So, artists are gonna draw what they like, and there's literally nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Have you seen Nami? Yeah, like, not like Nami's right there. Nami is right there, man. But no, like, all of his art, like, and he has such good art, dude. I freaking love Chris Sanders' art. It's so good. It's just so freaking good. There's a lot of it that I can't show because it's very risque and I might get in trouble with Twitch. But a lot of his art is very risque. But, fantastic artist. Genuinely really, really good artist. The art book for Gorillas is a wild ride too. Yeah, I bet. Even if you didn't tell me who it was, I would have guessed it was Chris Sanders. Yeah, true testament to his abilities. Yeah. I see nothing suggestive here. It's very this one is one of the more tame ones. Genuinely, it's very tame. But he has other ones that are a lot more like indulgent and stuff like that, but it's all very good. It's very tasteful. It's very tasteful, I think, is the word that I can use here. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Don't have to randomly stop stream and delete the VOD now just because some smut popped up. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Hikari. Hello, how you doing? How you doing? How are ya? Yeah, he's a great artist. He's a fantastic artist. Chris Sanders is an amazing artist. I would love to get a hold of more of his art sketchbooks. I would love to get a hold of more of them. He also sells vinyl figures. Don't look that up on stream. I will not, but let me check. Vinyl figures. Chris Sanders. Oh, these are cute. What the heck? These are so cute. I love that, actually. Oh, they're very cute. Well, on stream in the sense that I'm not going to show it to you guys. But these are very adorable. Those are very adorable. John Lasseter fucked over Chris Sanders in the Oscars campaign. Lasseter told the Academy voters to vote for a different... What? What the hell? Okay, well, first of all, Lasseter's an asshole for doing that. But second of all, the voters are also assholes for not... Well, for listening to him instead of, like, you know, doing what they thought. There's a lot of assholes in that sentence. I need art books from people who love fat bitches. I'm sure there's a lot out there, Nuna. You just gotta go looking for it. But I'm sure there's some out there. There's a lot of zines out there made by, like, artists. It's definitely not, like, something that you're gonna find published, like, in an art section in a library. But there's a lot of different kinds of zines out there. There was a zine that what do you call it? I helped fund a zine on Kickstarter for artists that just want to draw, like, men in business suits. It's very yaoi, like, inspired, but I did fund a zine for that. So, like, there's a zine for everything, and I'm sure there's one for that as well, Nuna. I'm sure you're gonna find one. I'm sure you will. There's gotta be. If there are zines for artists that specifically want to draw men in suits, there has to be one for that, Nuna. Alphena and her love for older tall men is great. Yep. Water quenches the... I haven't watched Plus Size Elf yet. I haven't done that. Everyone looks nice in a well-fitting suit. I agree. I absolutely agree. Calling you out in front of a bunch of people? I'm fine. I call myself out. I call myself out. Like, damn, bitch, you like that? That's disgusting. What's wrong with you? And you know what? I won't explain myself. I'm not going to explain myself. Because I don't have to. I don't have to. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Yeah. I don't know what Alfie is. Yeah. I hate suits mostly because I'm built like a fucking gorilla. I mean, you could probably get one tailor-made, but, like, at that point, it's like, why bother? You will stop referring to him as Timu Wesker? I will not tolerate such insult. Tell my family to keep in touch. You call yourself out. We are not the same. Don't know anybody. Explanation. Yeah. Slander. It is. It is slander. Timu Wesker. Get that out of here. I have white shoulders and back as well as thick biceps as well as short legs. I'm sure that there's suits for every size, but it's just that you'd have to get them tailor-made, and that's annoying. That's annoying. I wouldn't want to get a tailor-made outfit either. That's balls. Even if it's gonna look good, I don't care, man. I just want to wear something that's comfortable, and I don't want to have to go to a fucking tailor to make it happen. So I get you. My mother told me to be what I want to see in the world, so I will become a pony waifu. What is a pony waifu? Do you become... I'm gonna... don't look it up. I don't know if I want to. I probably won't. I also live in southwestern US where our weather is either freezing cold or goddamn hot with 90% humidity. Oh yeah, fair. I think every suit should be tailored and nothing fits more comfortable than clothes made for your exact body type. Yeah, no, 100% Genji. It's just that it's annoying. It's annoying to have to get your measurements taken and then go for a fitting and then like making sure that everything actually works, then picking out the fabric and picking out the whatever. That's the annoying part of it.
/.
Cranger, thank you so much for 4 months of Prime. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing a whale. My older brother's 6'6" and he has tiny legs. It's hilarious. Tiny legs how? Like thin or short? Imagine having to socially interact with a professional who might judge you on your suit request. Yeah. Well, hopefully they're professional enough to not do that. Hopefully, because that's their job.
Oh, hello there. Oh yeah, needing to take measurements for clothes is incredibly annoying.
Yeah, I remember like when I went to a Comic-Con a few years back and I made my own Frodo cosplay, but it was like a gender bent version of Frodo. So it's like Frodo's outfit, but instead of like pants, it was like a long skirt. It was a long skirt. I had my friends help me with it. So like the sewing and everything. Like I picked out the fabrics, I picked out the materials. They measured me. We got the we got the templates or whatever they're called, like for the shirt, the vest, the cloak, like the gray cloak, and the skirt, the long skirt, right? It was very cute. It was very cute, but we took my measurements while I was working out, and I was still working out, and bulking. So, what would have worked the initial day that we got my measurements taken, then the convention happened like a few months later. Convention happened a few months later, and I had gained weight and muscle mass by the time the convention rolled around. So when I came to put my like the skirt was fine. Skirt fit A+, no problem. But my shirt no longer fit because I had gained muscle mass. My shirt no longer fit because the muscle mass, dude. So like I managed to put it on I did manage to put it on, but I did have to, you know, I couldn't do certain movements, otherwise I would tear the sleeves off. I would have torn the sleeves off. So yeah, if you plan, this is the best reason to have the cosplay not fit. So, like, if ever you wind up wanting to make your own cosplay, maybe don't, you know, bulk up after having made the cosplay itself, because chances of it fitting months later are probably, it's not gonna work out. I still have the cosplay, actually. It's in my closet. I still have the cosplay. I've got the skirt. I've got the button-up shirt. I've got the sweater vest. Sorry, no, the vest, the little vest, and I have the cloak still. I could put it on. I could still put it on, but I don't think the shirt's gonna fit. I really don't. Her muscles ripped through the costume. I genuinely think that one of the sleeves stitchings kind of came out. I'm not joking. One of the sleeve stitchings did come out. For what character? I cosplayed as Frodo, but like female version of Frodo. So instead of wearing pants, I was wearing a skirt, a long skirt. It was a very cute cosplay. Super cute cosplay. I love that cosplay. Yeah, female Frodo. You can always make it a little bigger than your measurements and have it adjustable, but that's kind of a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I need to get bigger cosplays from what I got years ago. Let's just say going from 110 to 190 makes things not fit anymore. Oh, God, yeah, Squee. I can only imagine. I can imagine. Fremdo, yeah. I had one suit tailor before, and back then I knew nothing about how to dress. And thank goodness the pair that was working with me was super professional. I had abysmal taste, and they just made suggestions to just steer me right. I ended up with a cream suit with red accents. Oh, that sounds lovely, Schlippy. That sounds lovely. Oh my goodness. My neck is thick from my wrestling days. My shoulders are extra broad, and I got a tiny waist, so getting clothes is always a bit of a pain in the ass for me. I either have baggy clothes or my clothing is choking me out. No! Oh, goodness. Love Mystery Flesh Pit, you know, Balser. Yeah, yeah, I'm excited to continue the deep dive. It's gonna be part 3. We're going through, this is my 3rd stream. I knew Mystery Flesh Pit was huge as like a world building project, but I didn't expect to have 3 streams of it. There's a lot of content to the Mystery Flesh Pit. So much. Draw yourself in the Frodo cosplays for a PNG too. Oh my god, that's a good idea, Masidan. Holy frick, I absolutely should do that. That's a fantastic idea. I just hope I don't forget. Therapy into Alfie stream, let's go. Let's go! I hope therapy was good. My only suit was for a funeral, so it was black and a white undershirt. That's fair, that's fair. Write it down somewhere. I will write it down. I will write it down in right now in, let me see, hang on. I'll write it down in the mod channel so I don't forget. PNG tuber for alt channel. There you go. I have done it. All caps. It's written. There we go. I missed the second flesh stream. I have done it 3 weeks. No, not 3 weeks. I did one. Okay, hang on. Let me go back here. I did one on the 16th. The first one was on the 14th. The second one was on the 16th, and today is the 3rd one on the 23rd. So yeah. Bring Western Elf back. Looking at the reviews, I think I won't regret playing Requiem. Oh, you will not. You won't. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing game. It was so good. Part of me kind of wants to go back and play it and get like, and kind of like, you know, 100% it. But, oh my god, a lot of the segments really scared the shit out of me, dude. And like, I don't know if my heart can handle it. I don't know if my heart can. I'm not going to say any spoilers, but I don't know if my heart can handle some of the segments because they scared the absolute crap out of me. Oh, yeah, no, Capcom has been killing it. The character designs, the creature, like, they have been on fire. I don't know who their team was for RE9 this time. I don't know who they brought on, but oh my god. They have been killing it, dude. They cooked so hard with Resident Evil 9. They cooked so hard. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited, dude. I'm excited for DLC. I'm excited for more Resident Evil. I'm excited to know where they go with this in the future. Ah, so good. Show money for disappointingly. No, it's fine, Miku. I have the VOD is up now. The VOD is up. They cooked with Village too. Oh, 1000%. I feel like I was talking about it with my friend earlier today. But like we both agreed that like ever since Resident Evil 6, they have been upping their game. I think that after like the reception of Resident Evil 6, they've kind of just been like, all right, we need to fucking sit down and figure our shit out. We need to do something. Something's got to change here. And they've just been like doing it better and better and better since then. 7 was great. 7 was great. Village was great. RE9, so good. So freaking good. They fucked up Resident Evil 6. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what led them to just be like, we need to make some fucking changes here. They mixed the horror from RE7 and the action from RE4 for Requiem. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. They're like, time to lock in. Oh, and they locked in. They locked in. Brought a Markiplier missing the red carpet at the Oscars. Apparently, they might have been trying to keep him. What? What the fuck? That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. That sounds so cliquey. I hate that. I actually hate that. Everyone, I'm continuing to eat my parfait. But yeah. Hello, Glenn. Hello, how you doing? I'm excited for the movie that, oh my god, it's so rude for me to say this, but like, what's his face is saying, is working on. Oh my god, the new Resident Evil movie is being made by the guy who did, Barbarian and, Weapons. Ah! This freaking name, dude. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he does. The guy there. Dave the Barbarian. No, hang on, hang on. Barbarian director. Zach Kreger. Zach Kreger. I'm excited to see what Zach Kreger does for Resident Evil. That's gonna be freaking bananas, in my opinion. I have high hopes. I have high hopes. Very high hopes for that. Because I enjoyed Barbarian. I enjoyed Weapons. I love the spin that he does. You were close. You were close. Yes, you were. Absolutely. Can't wait to see They Will Kill You this weekend. What was They Will Kill You? They Will Kill You. Barbarian was a movie that I saw. I hope it's good for you. I loved Barbarian, Gonzo. I enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. It's, really subverted expectations. Barbarian really subverted expectations, and I loved that. I absolutely loved that. I like that Zach Kreger adds a bit of levity at the end of his movies. And, yeah. I think that's what I like about it. I think that I think that's great. Zazie Beetz is trapped in a hotel designed to be a trap for Satanists to sacrifice you. It's just over an hour of her murdering cultists. Oh, fuck yes, dude. Yes! I've not heard of this, but that sounds like fun, Genji. That sounds like a lot of fun. The ending of Weapons had me on the floor. Right? Yeah, it's freaking funny. It started out great, but once you got to the breastfeeding part, it just went downhill from there. No! It's supposed to be uncomfortable, Gonzo. It's supposed to be super uncomfortable. It's supposed to be. That's what subverted expectations. And then the fucking ending was bananas, and I'm super for it. I thought it's fantastic. I love that. I love that it's fucking weird and gross. But no, I haven't heard of this one, Genji. I'm gonna have to look this up, because, like, that sounds like a blast. Like, They Will Kill You sounds like a blast. Yeah, Flesh Pit, let's go! Ready or Not 2, I think, came out last Friday, so that's another one that I need to go see. Ready or Not 2 came out last Friday, and I love a good final girl story, and I can't wait to watch Ready or Not 2. I was part of the test viewing audience twice for Dave the Barbarian as a kid. Anyways, love me some B-horror movies. Yeah, hell yeah. Is that out now? Yeah! Will you consider watching Dune Part 3? Yes. I tried watching the original Dune movies from, like, the 80s or something. Oh, hell yeah. Couldn't do it. I fell asleep. But the new Dune movies by, what is it? What's his freaking name? Denis Villeneuve? I think it's Denis Villeneuve. Very good. Very good. The new Dune movies are super duper good. It's not that I didn't understand. It was meant to be uncomfortable. The ending was just weird. I'm happy you liked it, but it was very... Yeah, that's super... It's not for everyone, Gonzo. I getcha. I love the girl that plays the sister in Ready or Not 2. What actress is that? Ready or Not 2. I haven't watched the movie yet, but I'm excited. Oh, is it Catherine Newton? How do you feel about superhero movies? I feel like I'm okay with them, but, like, I'm okay with them. I think they're good popcorn movies. It's a good, like, you know, turn your brain off and watch kind of deal, but I'm just like, eh. I loved them a few years ago, but I feel like now I'm kind of just like, I'm over it. I DM'd you the trailers, Final Girl Pro. Hell yeah, Genji. Hell yeah. You prefer Marvel or DC? I've always kind of leaned towards Marvel several years ago, but I think that DC has been putting out some decent stuff lately. I think that DC has been putting out some decent stuff. Project Hail Mary 2. I need to watch that. I do. Lost interest right before Avengers came out. I just got tired of having to watch everything. I think that that's what everyone is kind of annoyed with as well. The fact that, like, oh man, I have to watch all of these movies before I can watch the one that all of them group up in, but now I also have to watch these 5 other fucking shows on TV to get caught up and really understand all the nuances, and it's like, bruh, no, I'm not going to fucking watch everything you have put out just so I can understand what's going on in this movie, dude. It's too much. Exactly. I've come to criticize Alfie's Hear Me Out. I'm not asking anyone to hear me out, Pink. Please understand. I am not asking anybody to hear me out on Dr. Victor Gideon from RE9. I'm also not going to explain myself. I will not elaborate. I'm not going to explain myself, and I'm not going to ask anyone to hear me out because, no. Hear what out, bro, has a grill drip. Get it? Yeah. See, you either get it or you don't. That's it, and that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my 5-second TED Talk. You either get it or you don't, and that's it. Thank you, Genji. Hear me out, Victor and Leon. We all saw the Tsundere chemistry there. Oh god, Miku, there is so much fan art. There's so much fan art of Victor and Leon. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Victor Gideon for the NBA. There is so much. Oh, they did. They had a weird... There's something there. They knew... I feel like they knew it. Capcom knew what they were doing. The team that worked on Resident Evil 9 1000% knew what they were doing when... Well, first of all, when they designed Xeno, when they designed Victor Gideon, and when they had that moment between Leon and Victor Gideon. 1000% knew what they were doing. They were like, oh yeah, this'll do it. This'll do it. The Porsche engineers knew exactly what their objective was, yeah. Oh, it was 100% intentional. Yes, it was. Hey, don't throw items at me. What are you doing? I'm right. Get this banana off me. What the fuck? Xeno's interesting. Very level-headed. He had a complex, and he's so... he has a complex, okay? He has very little self-worth, and I think that that's very sad, and I just want to give him a hug and tell him it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Stop! Why are you booing me? I'm right! Yeah. Oh my god, Cthulhu. Yeah, but that's I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to say anything else about that. Xeno is a much more understandable hear me out, even though he's pathetic. Well, see, that's the thing. Xeno is not a hear me out. He's fucking... He's attractive. He's conventionally attractive. That's not a hear me out. Victor Gideon, on the other hand. Conventionally attractive but pathetic? Yeah, but yeah. A lot of people like that. A lot of people like that. Victor Gideon is a tall, white man. That is barely a hear me out. Because he's not conventionally attractive. He's got foul skin, foul mouth. He's literally a rotting corpse. I don't want to have us literally, but he's practically a rotting corpse. But you might hang with some weirdos. Yeah. No, that's fine. So do I. Stinky. Yeah. Hasn't seen skin lotion in decades. Yeah. What? No, Lightning. No. Victor Gideon is still approximately human in shape. That's not a hear me out. It is when that's what he looks like. A hear me out doesn't have to be something that's like, you know, non-humanoid. Something that's humanoid can still be a hear me out. I'm not saying it's monster fucker levels. Hear me out doesn't have to be monster fucker like levels, guys. It doesn't. It just has to be something that is like, ew, I'm side-eyeing you for that. That's kind of weird. That's kind of gross. Workers coming out of the woodworks to pretend they just got here for this. Yeah. Yes. Hear me out is unconventionally unattractive. Yes, exactly. Victor's absolutely monster fucker level. Right, but he's like monster fucker in the sense that like it's not like non-humanoid is what I'm trying to say. The hardness. Hello, Christian. Hello. Hear me out is also hoping that Alex Casey's divorced so she can slide into his demons. Alex Casey is divorced. He literally is. It's canon. He is divorced. Yes, he's canonically divorced. And that he's not a hear me out. He's not a hear me out. What do you mean Alex Casey's here? What do you mean? How is Alex Casey a hear me out? Explain. Explain. How is Alex Casey? Hear me out. I need you to elaborate. He's an old scrawny guy? So what? He's good looking. He's good looking. He's part of the fucking FBI. He's maybe, I don't know, maybe he's not well-rounded. He got divorced, so I don't fucking know. But he's a successful, like man on some level. Hello, Ron. Hello, hello. Trying to think what my biggest hear me out is, which makes me wonder what's yours, Alfie, other than Gideon. Art the Clown from Terrifier, and Victor Gideon, Dr. Victor Gideon, are both my biggest hear me outs. I also like Rick Sanchez, but Rick Sanchez is, like, he's just a gross old man. I also like Cecil Stedman from, Invincible. I also like, Doc from Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Yeah, Rick is an emotional hear me out, I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like the silver foxes, exactly. Hello, Melina. Hello, and welcome in. Welcome. No, I'm not. I watched one season of Invincible, Sam. I only watched one season, and that's it. You like the kind of evil guys? Yes. Correct. I just want to know why Cecil doesn't go full bald. Because, you know, he's still got hair, kind of, I guess. Fucking, he's hanging on to it, okay? He's just hanging on to it. He could do a pretty cool, like, little, like, tie it up in the back, you know? He could do a little, like, little kind of thin ponytail. Little ponytail. Is there something you want to talk about? Nope, I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. Oh, no, I did not. I literally only watched, like, the first season, Sam, and I think a little bit of the second season, but that's it. Oh, what the fuck, Miku? Okay, I need to get on that, then. Your modeling background is so cool. Thank you, Melina. Thank you. That's very sweet. They say birds of a feather flock together, but do you know which birds really stick together? Velcros. Oh my god. Oh my god, Core. My god, Core. Alfie would hear me out, Mr. Boss from Smiling Friends? No. You know what? No, actually. Not Mr. Boss from Smiling Friends. There is a character in Smiling Friends that I was like... Okay. Oh my god, Genji, you fucking clocked me, dude! Genji, how did you fucking clock me, bro? What the fuck? That's not... There's nothing there. I don't understand how you clocked it because there's literally nothing there that, like, fits any of my other ones. Any of my other, like, likes, Alan does not fit in any of them. Not really, I don't think. But, yes. You saw him crucified in the pilot and decided right there. He's got that autistic look in his eyes. Aura! Oh my god, dude. He has the Picasso look in his eyes, too. God. I can't believe the people in the ads will not have heard which character from Smiling Friends, and that's really funny to me. Nobody tell him. Oh, man. But yeah. Yep. Anyway. Insert the heart into the hole. I think that was from... Routine? I think that was from when we played Routine. I think. Or was it Eclipsium? Oh, could be.
Why into the void, of course.
Snalling, thank you so much for 7 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Dang, World, you freaky but based. Thank you, Plaster. Thank you. I got sponsored by Routine, but they ran out of keys. Been meaning to pick it up. Oh, Genji, it's so good. Genji, Routine is so freaking good. I think you'd really enjoy it. The amount, it's so oh my god. It's so immersive. It is so immersive. Super duper immersive. All right. As soon as the ads end, I'm going to feed Triton. I'm going to give you guys your treats. And then we're gonna go flesh pit diving. How's that sound? How's that sound? Diving into the flesh pit. I still need to finish my parfait. I gotta finish my parfait. Routine has a lot of vibe similarities as Alien Isolation. Yeah, but I feel like it's even more immersive because there's no UI. The fact that there's no UI, I think does a lot for immersion, and it's crazy. It's so good. Are we actually allowed to have one flesh organism parasite as a treat? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's in the... Masidan, I will allow it this time. It's in the title. You can have one flesh organism parasite as a treat. One. It's past your bedtime. If you fall asleep, Cthulhu, I hope you sleep well. I hope you have good dreams. You can take home anything from the pit you can fit in your mouth. The government can't stop you. They just don't. You just do not want them to know. Just don't. Apparently, it's a felony. Apparently, it's a felony to take anything out of the pit. So just don't let them catch you. So, what'd you think of Invincible Season 1, Alfie? I loved it. I really enjoyed it. It's so good. I need to get back onto the Invincible train. I really do. I have to eat it in the pit? I mean, yeah, ideally. Ideally, eat it in the pit. Also, don't get caught. Can my treat be a new gasp owl pet? I don't think he's gonna survive very long, Biddy. Like, they're not known to have a very long lifespan. You can if you want. I just don't think they're gonna live very long. So you might get a bit of heartbreak from that. Yeah, unfortunately. It's very sad. It's a little bit sad. Little creatures. Cute little monstrous creatures. All right, one sec. All right. All right. I'm going to go feed Triton. Then when I get back, I'm going to feed you guys. And then we're going to dive in to the mystery flesh pit, okay? So one moment, I'm going to feed the boy. What is a gas owl? I'll show you when we head to the flesh pit, Cthulhu. I'll show you. One moment. Hello, baby. Yeah. Alrighty then. It is time for you all to be fed as well. So here you go, everybody. Shake, 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 shake. Here's your treats. It's time for treats, everyone. Please enjoy. Open wide. Accept your treats for the day. Hello, sunshine. Hello, hello. You're just in time for treats. Here you go, everyone. Enjoy. There's enough for everybody. Enough for everyone. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, 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 yeah. This entire time I thought the skull next to your name was an... Yeah! Everyone sees it and, like, pictures it like that, Cthulhu. It's great. Hello, Motive. Hello! Give me some Pizza Pockets and Oreos, please. The treats actually taste like the thing that you are craving the most right now. That is the magic of the void treat. So please, enjoy. Enjoy. All right. You're craving violence? Well, you can't really eat violence. Tiramisu Oreo Thins are the best Oreo? I don't think I've ever had that. That sounds really nice. Quantum treat, yeah. Knuckle sandwiches. Why do they taste like acceptance and getting my taxes done early? That's not possible. That's not possible. It's not things that have actual flavor. It tastes like actual, like, things that are flavorful, like foods, like the foods that you are craving. No, it does not taste like taxes. Coffee taste is a bit strong, so the thins are much nicer flavor balance. I've never seen those ones. Tiramisu Oreos, what the heck? That sounds really nice, though. Maybe don't listen to the witch that tells you to enjoy a treat. Hansel and Gretel. I am not the witch from Hansel and Gretel. Hello, Jinx. Hello, hello. Why does it taste like parents that aren't disappointed? Oh my god. What the heck? Tastes like my dad returning with the milk and cigarettes he went out all... Okay, guys. Okay, that's not how... No. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. No, Genji! Shotgun barrel flavored. God. She can't even do a witchy cackle. No, my laugh is very weird. It's I feel like my laugh is like almost a cackle, but not quite. There's like gender euphoria yummers. All right, guys. Thank you, Biddy. Thank you. It wants to be cackle when it grows up. Exactly. Exactly. Maybe when I'm older, it'll sound more like a cackle. I don't think I'm ever gonna have like a sweet old lady like laugh. I think it's gonna be like an old lady cackle when I get older. That's what it's gonna be like. All right, guys. As usual, I'm going to keep you guys out while we go to the flesh pit because this is a field trip. It is a field trip. So I will request that you all be on your best behavior when we go to the flesh pit. Like we've been doing all these other times here. So please. I always chaperone field trips. I want to act out for once. No, you cannot act out in the flesh pit. I'm sorry. You can't. You cannot. Okay. Cave sounds. Ambience. I need to find the one that I was listening to last time. Was this the one? Yeah, this is the one. Okay. There's an outside? Yeah. When we go on field trips, we go out for field trips. We go out for our field trips, you guys. As we normally do. Can I read manga in the flesh pit? As long as you don't get, you know, lost. Just stick with the group, okay? Are we going to cross the fleshy fun bridge today? We're gonna find out. I don't know if there is a fleshy fun bridge, but we'll see. Can I feed the flesh pit today? Give it some heroin, maybe. First of all, where would you even get your hands on that? Second of all, we've already determined that it would take a crazy amount for it to even do anything to the flesh pit. And third of all, no. No, you cannot. No, you can't. All right, I have paused the music. The music has been paused. Can you pee in the flesh pit? There are, or at least there were restrooms. There were restrooms. There were places for it to, you know, for you to relieve yourselves. It is possible to do so. There were bathrooms in the flesh pit once upon a time. But we are visiting it post, well, you know, after the events that killed many, many people inside the flesh pit. So I don't know if they're still, you know, I don't know if it's still there. So I don't know if those bathrooms are still there. I don't know if a lot of the structures are still there. So I'm mostly after the monsters and fauna. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me swap on over here. There we go. So that's the flesh pit browser. I want to make sure that you can hear the cave sounds here. Can you? Ah, there we go. There we go. Nice cave noises while we're in here, guys. So what's a gasp owl? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you here what a gasp owl is. We had an image. Just for those of you who did not know or who did not see what the gasp owl was, I'm just going to go back down and show you. Hope I can find it again. The gasp owl was kind of weird. Kind of freaky. Where was it? Was it in the Q&A? It was on a Q&A. Okay. It wasn't Q&A 1. It might have been Q&A 2. Nope. It was Q&A 3 in that case. There's a gasp owl. There he is. There's the gasp owl. Poor creature. Poor little creature. Probably fucking dies very quickly after birth. Oh, I hate it. Looks like Grandma the Thing. Yeah, so that's a gasp owl. It does not live very long. It does not live very long at all. It's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. So, last time we left off, we were actually going through I think the transmission between, what was it? Yeah, the incident timeline. We were going through the incident timeline. So for those of you who do not know or do not remember, the incident is, when the flesh pit had a coughing fit. It was very, very rainy. A lot of water somehow got into the main orifice of the flesh pit itself. And normally there's like pumps to like irrigate or get the water out of the flesh pit so that the flesh pit doesn't, you know, start suffocating and coughing and having a coughing fit. But what happened, yeah, exactly. Essentially water went down the wrong tube of the thing, and where normally like the pumps would have evacuated the water, they stopped working. Something happened. The pumps stopped working. So there was a lot of water accumulation. And so the flesh pit started spasming to try to get the water out. It was choking on water, exactly. But of course, there's a lot of people that live in the flesh pit. They're currently not living, but in the flesh pit. They're visiting the flesh pit. There's a lot of structures in the flesh pit. There's things happening inside the flesh pit. And if the creature spasms, it's made of muscle. If it starts spasming and having a coughing fit, it's going to crush and destroy everything that's inside it currently at that time. So they tried to then, like, pump it full of, like, sedatives. Didn't work. And unfortunately, the flesh pit did wind up spasming, having a weird coughing fit, throwing up a bunch of very highly acidic and corrosive bile, and spraying a bunch of people that were trying to escape and get out. So there were a lot of deaths. A lot of people died, either crushed by the muscles, basically like Akira'd, or they were liquefied from the bile that is inside, the very acidic bile that is inside the flesh pit itself. What is the flesh pit? No, there's no isekai. It's an alternate universe kind of thing. You got that, ref? Thank you, thank you. It should have been me. No, what are you talking about, Lightning? What the heck? What do you mean? Yeah, it's not an isekai kind of thing. It's an alternate universe kind of thing. The flesh pit is a super organism that is living within the earth, and people decided to turn it into a national park, like an attraction that people could go to and visit. And also there were researchers that wanted to study it. There's a lot going on, but then obviously something bad happened. A lot of people died, and now the pit is off limits, unless it's for research purposes. And this is where we're at. Texas did, this did happen in Texas. Yes. It happened in Gumption, Texas. That is the location of the flesh pit. Supposedly, there are other openings for the superorganism, but the openings are too small and they're kind of like closed off so people don't start digging and falling into it and stuff like that. There's only, as far as we know, there's only one main opening to the superorganism itself. If I wanted to get crushed in a flesh pit, I'd just text chat's mom back. What? Oh my god. All right, I'm still eating my parfait though. What kind of parfait? It's a vanilla yogurt with raspberries, blueberries, and strawberries, and granola bits on top. I mixed it all in. It's very good. It's very, very tasty. Yeah, very healthy, yeah. I am almost done. I'm almost done eating. If you guys want to have a little snack from the flesh pit yourselves, feel free to. While I finish my little parfait here. Help yourselves, everyone. I will say, however, we are no longer at the hot springs. We're no longer at the amniotic springs. We're no longer there, okay? So you can't go back. Please do not stray too far from the group, please. Thank you. What is Coke Heartthrob? What's that? Oh, yeah. Is it one of the Cokes that, like, you can get at Flesh Pit? Where'd you get one of those? Did you just find it wedged somewhere, Genji? No longer at the hot springs? Then where did I get this full smoothie cup from? I don't know, Destin. Where did you get that from? I can't help but notice something about, to have noticed something about a libido spring or something. Yeah. Here, I can show you a full map of that, actually. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. The amniotic thermal springs. Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. So these were the springs. We went through this already, so we're not doubling back. But yes, there was the Regia bath, Gracia bath, Placido bath, Viribus bath, Latus bath, Cupido bath, Salus bath, and this is the Libido bath. Libido bath is very, very undiluted. Very undiluted with the weird amniotic fluid, whatever. And a lot of people had a lot of group activities together in the libido baths. The horny springs, yeah. Group activities. So much room for activities, yeah. Were they fun activities? Bro, I mean, I'm sure some people, the people who partook must have had a grand old time. And also, apparently there was, I think we read at some point here that, people couldn't, like, become pregnant because there was, like, a natural, what do you call it? It's a natural, like, it's not protection. It's not protection. It's like something that, I guess a natural contraceptive. It kills, like the ability to, I guess, it was eating the semen. I mean, it could have been, who fucking knows? Point is, I think it does, yes. So apparently there was not, yes, it makes people, yes, spermicide, yes, there's like a natural sterilizer in there. So while you're in there, there's no conceptions that happen. It's just the group activity, and there is no conceiving of children in there. It's not possible to conceive. It's never happened. It's just while you're in there, Gonzo. Apparently it's just while you're in there. It's just not possible. Yeah, group activity. I'd be very freaked if anyone got pregnant in there, yeah. I think the thing that freaks me out the most is, like, the undeveloped Balfist bulb. So you go to this, like, bath right here, right? The Viribus bath. And apparently, like, there's a bulb here that kind of just extends out that people can just go in. You just crawl through this tube here and you just go in there. And, like, here's the visitors are encouraged to experience the traditional bathing process by crawling into the bulb orifice. And it just looks like it's full of weird tendrils and shit. And you just, like, get in there and you just sit in there and it's like, what the fuck? What are you? Why? Why? It sounds weird. It sounds so weird. But yeah. You know why? No, it's not. Perfect makeout spot. It looks like it's only big enough for one person, though. It looks very constricted. I think I'd feel very claustrophobic being there. I feel like I would be that's my area. That's your hear me out. Oh my god. Unbirthing kink? Oh, maybe. Perhaps. I feel like I'd be very claustrophobic in here. Me, personally, I feel like I would feel very constricted. And I would start freaking the fuck out if I got in there. I would probably freak out. I'm sure someone got stuck in there once. Probably. Could be. I think it's a lot easier to pull someone out, though, because it's not rock formations. it's flesh, so it's very pliable. It's very malleable. You can just, you know, you can move and turn, and you could probably, like, you know, eventually kind of squeeze your way out. But yeah, why do they call it the libido springs? Because this is the spring that has the most that is the most potent with the amniotic fluid and stuff like that. It's the one that has the yeah, so visitors are encouraged to consult the, okay, so like what it does is that it supposedly, it has a lot of quote unquote healing properties to it. And it can lead to very potent psychosexual experiences when you're in the libido bath. Remember the times chat discussed people and the strange insertions on their... Oh, yep, yeah, you know, you're right. Yes, you're very correct. That is true. But yeah, that's what the libido bath is. That's what that is. It's just extremely potent. All right, guys. All right. Psychosexual. God damn it. I regret asking. Well, now you know. Now, this is just one part of the flesh pit, okay? This is just the one part of the flesh pit. I promise you, the rest of it isn't like this. It's not all like this. It's just this part of the flesh pit that's like that. All right, I'm almost done. I have like a 2-3 spoonfuls left, and then we're good. The rest is worse. It's worse, be honest. Okay, but it doesn't have anything to do with, like, libido baths or anything like that, okay? Like, at least there's that. Where's the rear exit? We have not explored the cave extensively enough to find another exit. There's just one way in and one way out. It's the same orifice. There doesn't seem to be, as far as we know, another exit or entrance. There are other holes, but we don't know if they all connect or interconnect or whatever. If you can't handle me at my libido bath, you don't deserve me at my clown spire. God. Probably somewhere between the crust and the mantle. Could be. Cthulhu, no! You know what they say about what do they say? No, please enlighten me. What do they say? You said if it's all one hole, I couldn't not think of it that way. No, fair enough, Cthulhu. That's fair. What happens in the hole stays in the hole. All right, guys. You don't feel like it? I mean, that's fine. No one's forcing you. It has to be so moist. It is extremely humid. It is very, very humid in the flesh pit. Like, extremely so. So yes, that is accurate. That is an accurate statement. Yeah. You can taste the air. All right, guys. We have reached the final investigation report. Let us begin. The following final investigation report addresses additional investigation findings not covered in the previous report, including an analysis of 1. The anodyne organization, emergency response and safety culture, 2. Industry disaster response standards, 3. Structural integrity standards, and 4. Effective performance of mystic contingency measures. So it looks like they didn't quite have enough emergency measures in place for things like this. the flesh pit gives you synesthesia? Probably when you're in the amniotic fluid baths or whatever, thermal springs. Technical findings. This report highlights the following technical finding. An in-depth discussion appears on the interim report. The electrical distribution scheme for the interior operations of the Permian Basin superorganism nature preserve was modeled on a typical supply-load grid layout often found in mines, with power provided by a gas-fired plant located within the surface support compound. Unlike typical mining power distribution networks, the power load was split with the facilities involved in the tourism and natural preservation operations within the organism. This split demand yielded a load fluctuating from 33 kV to 60 kV, depending on a range of factors from resource extraction output, visitor throughput, hydrostatic and barometric fluctuations within the organism, and the ambient blood pressure of the organism. This unorthodox load distribution scheme required careful demand oversight and was subject to failure if operated outside of design load specifications. Such a failure occurred on July 4th, 2007, when operators increased electrical demand beyond design load specifications by both extending resource extraction operations while simultaneously increasing visitor throughput loads on rail infrastructures. So basically, when they needed to have those pumps active to get the water out, unfortunately, they kind of like, they got greedy. Yeah, they overloaded, I guess, their electrical systems, and then everything just went to fucking shit. Yeah, here you have a diagram here. Passage to the next seal cavity. So I think this is the way out, essentially. You've got like emergency drainage pump, drainage pump station, dorsal respiratory ridge. This is what was meant to happen. So like when rain is coming down, yeah, we're flesh spelunking, Jarv. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So basically when it was like pouring rain, water was accumulating here. And they had too many things going on at once. And so the drainage system failed. Critical water drainage level is like right here. It got way too high. And then everything went to shit. Everything went to shit. It started choking on water, and then it just spat it all up. Everyone died. Thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the posture check. Everyone, please sit up straight. Have a good stretch. Ugh. Hydrochloric corrosion is common in geobiological resource extraction, where naturally occurring hydrochloric compounds react with steel equipment. Process variables that affect corrosion rates include the total hydrochloric content of the enzyme secretions, flow conditions, application of Tums industrial organic corrosion inhibitor salve, and the system temperature and humidity. Virtually all geobiological operations equipment is subject to this type of corrosion and requires routine inspections and preventative maintenance to ensure that metallic and non-metallic corrosion-prone surfaces are operating at design strength. The investigation has concluded that the corrosion found within the primary impeller bushings within the emergency drainage pumps was caused by hydrochloric corrosion due to poor maintenance. So again, neglect caused the emergency drainage to fail. So that's not great. The tremors were the tremors high on the Richter scale? People could feel the tremors from like far away, from really, really far away, Leo. I don't know if it caused like full-on like earthquake level like seismic activity, but people could feel the tremors from very far away. Foundations and other anchor support structures within the Permian Basin superorganism are critical components of park infrastructure, which require careful planning and construction oversight. Under nominal conditions, anchor sites are selected by engineers to meet design load specifications with consultation from venteriobiologists for minimum anatomical disturbance. Rigid geobiological strata, such as bone and dense cartilage, are most often selected for load-bearing anchor points for their relative stability and similarity to conventional load-bearing strata, such as rock. However, many locations within the Permian Basin superorganism are primarily characterized by dense compositions of soft tissues requiring novel anchoring solutions. Several anchors within the primary entry tube utilize a cleat-based stent system which engages the entry tube muscle walls. These forces are equalized by the use of circular retention trusses, which, when combined with vibration dampening actuators, form a rigid support assembly upon which fixed components, such as the entry gantry, may be affixed. Peristaltic action of a muscle tube has the potential to rotate a circular cleat sent frame by up to 90 degrees, eliminating the retaining capabilities of the frame. It is for this reason that design specification standards call for the installation of either rigid or tensile support members between consecutive retaining frames. In cases such as within the entry tube, tensile cables were selected to provide this support. These cables are subject to corrosion and must be routinely inspected in order to ensure that they meet minimum design load specifications. The investigation has concluded that the cables installed on the entry tube retaining frame system were improperly maintained and failed due to corrosive weakening of the cable members. Again, oversight, neglect, just a lot of like poor management and stuff like that. So I could probably like, yeah, I can scroll in like a little bit closer here so you can see a bit better. A lot of these places, like, a lot of these, like, structures, unfortunately, don't have, like, solid anchor points, so they kind of have to improvise, is what this document is saying. But again, lack of maintenance also did not help this from happening. So this is what it was before the incident. You have like a path down here. You got an entry tube here. You've got like how things are like attached to each like side of it. This is the visitor center, by the way. And then after the incident, yeah, it's a rigid body anchoring on a soft body. Exactly, a soft, slippery body. It's all covered in muscle. It's muscles, so obviously it's going to tense. And then after the incident of the superorganism coughing, spasming, whatever, well, it dislodged completely, and as you can see, it is now stuck like this. It collapsed. The passage itself just completely collapsed. So nobody that was in this tube here could get out. Anyone in here can no longer get out. Sure, they might still be alive in this structure here, but it's just a visitor center. The exit is all the way up there. And it's dark again. It's dark. There's no light. There is no nothing. All the support structures that were keeping this thing open and allowing people to move to and from the orifice, like the opening, and then to the visitor center, it's gone. It's gone. There's no more structural integrity. It's all gone. There's nothing there. If it was meant to happen, it's supposed to be regularly maintained and checked. No, it was literally just cutting corners. No batteries, no emergency supplies. Everything was inside. Everything was inside the superorganism. So yes, there were emergency supplies and batteries and all that stuff, but with neglect and, as Masinon said, cutting corners and not maintaining things as they're supposed to, it all went to shit, and everyone who was inside the thing has died. They also mentioned in like previous entries that people who did manage to escape the superorganism, for reasons that we can only speculate, the survivors went back. They just went back. They wanted to go back down, and back down they went, never to be seen again. I think that it's because that they formed a weird symbiotic like relationship with the superorganism. I think that through exposure, they started believing that they belonged there, and that's where they're meant to be. That's my theory. But other people are assuming, other people, some of the entries speculate that the people wanted to go back to save their loved ones that are in the pit, but I don't think so. I think that it's because they want to be one with the pit. Started a flesh pit cult. Could be. Could be. The use of a previously untested contingency measure by operators, while not the primary inciting incident of the disaster, is a prime contributor to the outstanding collateral damage. A network of sensor stations embedded throughout the Permian Basin superorganism had acted as a distributed sensory system intended by park planners to provide a method for observing large-scale changes to the organism's condition. As an experimental contingency measure, each station was outfitted with a mechanism capable of injecting up to 15 liters of a concentrated aconitine solution. Aconitine, I don't know if it's a hard C or soft C, is commonly used as an acute toxin for large mammals such as whales and was chosen for its theoretical effectiveness on... Okay, hard C. Okay, aconitine is commonly used as an acute toxin for large mammals such as whales and was chosen for its theoretical effectiveness on key muscle groups within the organism. Park planners were under the assumption that a rapid injection of large volumes of aconitine would act as a sedative agent without inducing tissue death beyond the immediate injection sites. Like nicotine. Oh, gotcha. We're talking about the hole again? Dang right we are. Welcome in, Calamity. Welcome. The investigation has concluded that this injection failsafe was directly responsible for escalating the motor response of the organism to levels beyond the design load strength of critical park infrastructure. So when their emergency pumps failed and then they tried to inject the sedative, the aconitine here, the organism actually did the opposite of what the sedative was intended to do. It actually escalated the motor response. It actually made it freak out even more. So it made things worse, essentially. The investigation has also concluded that the aconitine injection failsafe was directly responsible for causing the toxic shock response within the organism, which resulted in the gastric ejecta event. Gastric ejecta event means the superorganism quite literally threw up. It just threw up. It got sick from the amount of sedatives that were injected into it, so it threw up, and a bunch of like highly corrosive, highly acidic bile just emerged. Yeah, projectile vomit, exactly. Just emerged rapidly through the only opening that was available, which is where people were coming in and out of the of the pit. It's the main orifice. So people were scalded and melted by the bile that it threw up. Looks like this is the overview of the contingency measure. Structural grounding frame, central power and relic fluid reservoir. Okay, so this is what's supposed to inject it, I guess. The contingency measure. Imagine one moment you're a tourist, the other you're vomited into orbit. Oh, you don't even get launched in, or you're dead. You're melted. You are melting in acid. Either rapidly or slowly, but it's painful either way. It is hypothesized to function by utilizing a series of standing harmonic and ultrasonic wavelengths, which have been observed to affect the overall behavior of the Permian Basin superorganism. You'd be fine. You'd handle it, yeah. These waves are created by applying a 15 megahertz mechanical percussion to the face of an excavated large quartz crystal, also known as mystic artifacts. Number 15, number 21, and number 22. Once struck, the unique properties of the relic propagate the wave outward and into the surrounding anatomy of the Permian Basin organism. When placed upon a rapidly rotating turntable, the effect can be multiplied and oriented, allowing a high degree of theoretical influence over the organism. This contingency measure was activated only once and demonstrated the potential application this technology may have in future containment measures. However, at the time of this investigation, no additional relics have been located intact. Without this key assembly component, the CGR does not recommend additional experimental uses of the contingency measure. An American National Park being underfunded and undermaintained is the most realistic part of this. Yeah. They just wanted their money. When you're being bathed in digestive acid, you gotta keep your head. You just gotta keep your... Yeah. Organizational findings. Anodyne did not effectively implement internal recommendations to help prevent structural failures to hydrochloric corrosion. In the 8 years prior to the incident, a small number of Anodyne personnel with knowledge and understanding of venteriobiology recommended on several occasions either a one-time inspection of every component within the primary interpark infrastructure system, known as a 100% component inspection, or an upgrade of the material of construction of these key infrastructure components. The recommendations were not implemented effectively, and many key structural and mechanical components remained in service until failure on July 4th, 2007. So it had been around for approximately 30 years, completely unchecked. They had not been doing any maintenance or checkups or inspections or anything since its construction. It had been left like to do its thing like for 30 years, and then everything went to shit. Anodyne failed to perform internally recommended 100% component inspections. Anodyne metallurgists released a formal report dated in September 30th, 2004, nearly 3 years before the incident, titled Updated Inspection Strategies for Preventing Hydrochloric Corrosion Failures in Critical Systems. The investigation has concluded that these recommendations were not properly implemented. Yep, gotta love negligence due to cutting budget. Yep. You're stretching these points, but they seem totally believable. Yeah, but the issue is that, well, first of all, regular maintenance and inspections should be happening no matter what. But I feel like if we're also like building a fucking national park inside a giant superorganism where there's corrosive matter, it's humid, it's wet, it's gross, it's disgusting. It can affect metals and things like that negatively. I feel like, hey guys, maybe, especially because it's not something that we're used to doing, we should pay extra attention to this. You know what I mean? Why are you describing my bedroom? Would anyone really want to go in there? I'm sure there's got to be some people, Biddy. American people hate taxes so much they're willing to cut all the services they rely on and enjoy just to save a few bucks. Or maybe just not make it a park. Yeah, unfortunately, hindsight is 20/20, Lightning, and it is no longer a park now after the incident. Why would they not follow life-saving regulations? Pan slowly to the evil super rich mega money place Inc. Yeah. Well, the worst did end up happening, and Anodyne is no longer they no longer have a park. It is now purely a research facility is all it is. Okay. The CGR identified several contributing causes of the July 5th, 2007 incident relating to the safety culture at Anodyne. 1. Decision-making that encourages continued operation of tourism and resource extraction operations despite hazardous working conditions. 2. Reluctance among employees to use their stop work authority. Recent safety culture surveys performed within resource extraction sites indicate that employees had become less willing to use their stop work authority between 2003 and 2006. And number 3, substandard equipment maintenance practices. Those same surveys indicate that Anodyne employees saw increased problems in how the internal operations infrastructure maintained its equipment between 2003 and 2006. Anodyne did not effectively identify the incident command structure, the damage mechanisms that could have caused the failures on the night of the incident. The OSHA Hazardous Operations and Emergency Response, HAZOPER, standard states that the incident commander shall identify to the extent possible all hazardous conditions present in an emergency response situation. However, the appropriate technical expertise necessary for identification was not effectively consulted in the incident command structure on July 5th, 2007. This lack of knowledge of all potential causes of the incident led to the incident commander to direct emergency responders to take actions that may have ultimately exacerbated the hazard condition and put many Park Service personnel, anodyne personnel, as well as civilian visitors in harm's way. It also led the incident commander to limit the hazard zone to a small area that did not consider the possibility of a gastric ejecta event. When the gastric ejecta event occurred, personnel and emergency equipment positioned in the safe zone were engulfed in the volume of caustic ejecta. So, in a panic, people took certain measures that were not exactly the best. And it's like a domino effect. It's absolutely a domino effect. Everything made everything worse. Thank you for the hydrate. Everyone, please, if you have a shaker to shake, like myself, I am drinking Gamer Sups. Today I'm having Bloodlust. Shake your shakers and take a sippy. Yes, I will keep that throat hydrated, yes. If you want some, yes, thank you, Macedon. If you want some Gamer Sups, either caffeinated or non-caffeinated, head over to gamersups.gg and write code VOIDLINK for 10% off at checkout. Thank you. Should have had meat Gamer Sups. I've had meat Gamer Sups for like... Oh, that's not true, actually. I had Bowberry the other day. I should have had meat Gamer Sups. Yeah, the raw meat. Next time. I'll have raw meat next time. All right. The CGR found that the failure of this incident is indicative of a fragmented hazard management approach that placed the responsibility to implement safety recommendations on stakeholders, which stood to benefit from decreased oversight. Oh my god! Not the stakeholders! Okay. Which stood to benefit from decreased oversight while also incurring financial loss for any safety oversight restrictions placed. Consequences of this cultural attitude surrounding the tourism and resource extraction operations within the Permian Basin superorganism led to the severe underestimation of the capabilities of the organism as well as the capabilities of the systems designed to limit the hazards posed by the organism. Oh, man. Okay. The use of concentrated aconitine without prior study or approval as a failsafe directly triggered a reactionary response from the organism, which led to the deaths of over 750 individuals. The use of the contingency measure, that's redacted, while effective at pacifying the organism, was similarly employed without prior substantial testing or approval. This lack of communication from Anodyne regarding the specifics, theory of operation, and even existence of some artifacts which are essential components within the contingency measure directly led to the unsafe high RPM operation which fractured the mineral components of the contingency measure. Capitalism strikes again. Yep. Oh, freaking boy, dude. Okay. General recommendations. The CGR, with full support of from the U.S. Department of the Interior, the U.S. Geological Survey, and the National Park Service, has made the discretionary recommendation to not pursue additional commercial development within or adjacent to the boundaries of the Permian Basin superorganism. So, all it took for people to wake up and decide maybe we shouldn't make a national park out of this, maybe we shouldn't make a tourist attraction out of this, maybe we should simply study it for science. It took the lives of over 700 people. It took a massive event to occur and the lives of people for them to decide that they should not make a tourist attraction out of it. Regulations are written in blood. They are. They really are. So, yeah. So what? It was only like 700 people. Yeah, we need to make bank. We need the money. I need to buy myself a new Porsche. I need to buy myself a Ferrari. Anyway. 699 people were their budget, yeah. In the interest of continuing the present containment operations, while also ensuring readiness in the event of a future geobiological action event, the CGR has developed a comprehensive program of monitoring and containment. This program is divided into a series of objectives intended to better mitigate the hazard presented by the existence of the Permian Basin superorganism. The yacht needs renovations, yeah. Disneyland, ain't it? Disneyland it ain't, yeah. Before someone thinks that stuff like this wouldn't happen, just remember how widespread uranium stuff was, including lipstick. Oh, yes, absolutely. Like, there were people that were fucking self-medicating with uranium. Like, taking uranium pills, saying like, oh, it's gonna make you stronger. It's going to enhance your ability. It's crazy. It's insane. There's a guy that, like, literally, his jaw fell from his fucking skull. He was alive. He was still alive, but his jaw fell from his face. Colloidal silver? Yeah. Yes, the uranium girls. They were they not the ones that, were hand painting the, glow-in-the-dark, numbers on watches, on wristwatches? And, they were... Those are, yeah, that was radium. Sorry, that was radium, yeah. It's not uranium, it was radium, yeah. Radium paint. They were painting, wristwatches with glow-in-the-dark, well, radium paint, essentially. And, in order to make sure that the... Like, because it was, like, very, like, fine print, and it was hand-painted, and it was, like, you know, the numbers on a wristwatch are very, very tiny. So it was a very tiny... Yeah, they lick the paintbrush in order to keep the paintbrush, like, with a fine, fine point. So what they would do is they would lick the brush, dip it in the radium paint, lick the brush again, dip it in the radium paint. So they would essentially be, I guess, get a bunch of radium inside their mouths. They would ingest radium.
Sniff, sniff.
No, do not sniff. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. A lot of them started, like, losing their hair. They started losing their teeth. It was crazy. Build a resistance. Unfortunately, you can't microdose radium. You can't microdose radium. Sniff the magic glowy radium. Okay, here we go. I think we got ads starting soon, unfortunately. Clearly it was a skill issue. From their bodies, probably? Their bodies just couldn't handle it. Cesium-137? Well, what is Cesium-137? Radium condoms. No! No! If I microdose, I become immune. If only it worked that way. Unfortunately, it doesn't. But it doesn't. But yeah, no. I don't know if I want tacos or just cheese. You could have both. You could eat some cheese while you're making tacos, and then if you decide, actually, I just wanted the cheese, well, you'll have tacos for later. I think you should have the tacos. But, you know. It's just cheese. I made a whole... Okay, then. Have fun. Enjoy your cheese. You don't have the spoons for taco making? Use your fingers. Scoop out the salsa with your hands. There was an incident in Brazil's interior where a huge box of radioactive cesium was found and looted by a whole city. No! That's terrible. No knowledge of what the shiny powder was. They used it as makeup and paint. Oh, God, no. Emotional metaphor spoons or literal spoons? Oh, I thought you meant literal spoons. Sorry, I read that in a very literal sense. I thought it was like, yeah, I'm out of spoons. They're all in the wash. And I don't feel like washing a spoon. So you meant more like I just don't feel it. I'm not feeling it. I don't have the energy to make tacos. I get you. I feel that. It was the largest radioactive poisoning incident in Brazil's history. Was it? Because, oh, sorry, no, it wasn't. Oh, in Brazil's history. I was getting confused with, so, like, when Chernobyl had its incident, it affected a lot of countries in the surrounding area. Ireland had a lot of milk powder that was irradiated, and they wanted to get rid of it. And they thought, well, we don't want to use it, and no other, like, no other country in our immediate area wants to use it, so we're going to offer it to, like, you know, poorer countries. And, like, apparently, Mexico accepted it. Yep, Mexico has accepted the irradiated milk powder, from Ireland, and, they sold it to many families, and a lot of families were unfortunately consuming irradiated milk powder in Mexico. A lot of people were affected by it. A lot of people got cancer, got radiation sickness, got very, very ill. It was a whole thing, and the Mexican government was like, they did not want to take responsibility for it. They were like, no, 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 that's not possible, blah, blah, blah. People didn't like that. They were like, we want you to fucking admit that you did this. And so, like, eventually the government was like, okay, yeah, we need to do a recall on this milk powder. So they eventually did, but too little, too late. A lot of families had already ingested the irradiated milk powder from Ireland because of the Chernobyl event. And, yeah. There are people that are still dealing with the fucking... And the people that were not immediately affected with cancer right away, from that, well, their chances of getting cancer later on in life has raised exponentially, and it is very sad. So, yeah. I will say, though, why the fuck did Ireland ship out irradiated milk powder? Why didn't they just get rid of it? Why would they sell it to someone else for someone else to consume? Come on, like, that's my question. All that, I never looked it up. I never looked into it deeper than that. I just heard about money. Well, obviously, yeah, I know the answer is always money. How would they dispose of it? Well, burn it, dump it somewhere, bury it, I don't know, but not gift it to people, not give it to people for them to consume. Getting rid of contaminated products costs money, and that's not good for business. I mean, I guess, but now there's a lot of people that are dying of fucking cancer. Ireland's the least likely country in Europe to do something like that, in my opinion. Yeah, but it is milk powder from Ireland that was sent to Mexico. Let me just look it up. I'm doing my quick fact check here. Irradiated milk powder, Ireland. Yeah, 1986 to 1988, radioactive milk distribution in Mexico. Powdered milk had been purchased from the Irish Dairy Board, whose farmland and livestock had been affected by the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. Powdered milk from Northern Ireland contains unusually high levels of radiation. They did not exceed internationally recognized safety limits. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it was definitely, it was a thing that did happen in the 80s, following the Chernobyl disaster. So, is my little avatar okay? Who lodged a knife in its head? Oh, you can remove it. If you don't want it, you can remove it yourself. You are free to remove it yourself. All right. Continuing on, not remember, but welcome back from AdHell, everyone. Welcome back. I was waiting for AdHell to be go away, so that we may continue our excursion. Okay. Improve communication of geobiological hazard science for use in decision and policy making. Support the use of geobiological hazard science in risk reduction with engineering, environmental science, spiritual and social sciences. 2. Improve understanding among bacteriobiologists, engineers, and other of numerical simulation of organism ground activity as opposed to the use of empirical ground motion prediction equations. 3. Improve understanding of the benefits of early warning system. 4. Educate about organism movement patterns and operational activity forecasts. Advance basic knowledge of geobiological action, event hazards, and inform actions to reduce the risk of organism becoming non-dormant. 1. Develop a new method to estimate stimulus response outcomes in interactions with the Permian Basin superorganism without reliance on expert opinion, proprietary computer models, or wholly mystic ritual methods without demonstrated patterns of reliability. So basically, fucking make sure that your shit works before you fucking implement it, you buffoons. You absolute morons. 2. Educate and facilitate local containment capabilities to deal with fauna and other life forms which are native to the organism's interior anatomy. 3. Develop methods for production and administration of appropriate sedative measures to chemically induce a comatose state of inactivity in the organism. 4. Where it is absolutely necessary for personnel to descend into the organism, develop methods to reduce the possibility of individuals becoming trapped. 5. Establish a perimeter area surrounding the incident site to protect the health and safety of the public from additional fauna incursions or ejecta events. Containment recommendations at 5.3.0. We're at containment recommendations now. This is where we're at. A thorough plan for containment of the organism has been devised by a joint containment task force comprised of geobiologists, bacteriobiologists, seismologists, medical experts, engineers from various disciplines, land management specialists, ecclesiastical personnel, as well as representatives from private industry. This proposed containment procedure integrates a variety of strategies intended to prolong the dormancy of the Permian Basin superorganism while simultaneously reducing the likelihood of a future geobiological action event. Yeah, see you later, Lightning. Thank you so much for stopping by. The task force has recommended the establishment of a greater than 3 kilometer restricted access zone surrounding the entry orifice defined by a reinforced and patrolled barrier. Signs and other warning devices should be installed to clearly inform the public of the hazards presented by the containment operations and the superorganism itself. Where possible, the task force has recommended that any material necessary for the containment operations be produced on site so as to minimize logistic dependency on remote facilities. I can only imagine how much biologists and geologists drank in response to this. Probably. So this is the containment system diagram. So following everything that happened, this is, I guess, how they decided to handle it. The ballast bulbules, amniotic ballast. So this is, and the surface containment facility. Okay. Oxygen and... Huh. General anesthetic. Okay, so they're sending general anesthetic into the dermal tissues. Inorganic phosphate injection. They're injecting stuff into the muscle tissue, probably to stop it from, like, being too, you know, stop it from moving. Nutrient inert overburden into the gastric system. Organic acid into the bone. They're also grabbing tissues from the bone. They're grabbing nutrient-rich chyme from the gastric system and grabbing oxygen from the respiratory system. And the amniotic ballast fluid. Of course, they're making bank off of the amniotic fluids. So they don't want to lose that. So that makes sense. I get that. So here you have like a, like, I guess a diagram of how, like, things work. Like, or how, like, how everything is, like, layered. All the layers. Can I open this in a new tab and then zoom in? No, I cannot. So I'll zoom in like this. Yeah, layer diagram. So, on the surface, you have the facilities. This knowledge is both informative and cursed. It's great. It's fantastic. So on the surface, obviously, you have the facilities here. Principal anatomical macrobiomes. Dermal layer exists at uppermost extent. Subbiomes vary in depth and distribution. Then you got the musculoskeletal systems, respiratory systems, gastric systems, gray tissue, ballast bulbules, mesogliatic firmament, cartilaginous stratum plate, retrocognitive material gestation organs, blue tissue, and then exotic anatomy. So, exotic anatomy is when everything stops being anything that we understand. She's a baker right now. No. Can you imagine if I freaking sent this diagram to, like, a baker and I was like, I want a cake like this. Make it like this. I don't care what flavor it is. Just make it this way. But yeah, I think that the farthest that we have gone, or that, like, researchers have gone and have been able to extract any sort of material from, is the, is 19,000 meters. From 19,000 meters to estimated 30,000 meters. We don't know what's past that. Past the 30,000 meter point, it's exotic anatomy. It's stuff that is very far removed from any biology or anatomy that we know above land. Yes, I think so, Masidon. I believe so. So yeah, anything past this point, it's not like any organism that we have ever seen. The Kola Super Deep Borehole SG3 is the deepest human-made hole on Earth, which attained maximum true vertical depth of 12,262 meters in 1989. Would we be... I think we'd probably be able to get further than that now, I would assume. 1989, that was far off. We could probably get further than that nowadays. Would it be exoanatomy or endoanatomy, though? You know, I don't know. Here's the thing about the Permian Basin superorganism. It's a mystery. It is a mystery. As I recall, isn't the issue the pressure and lack of oxygen? Yes. That's pretty much it. It's so far down. Oh, if you're talking in real life, probably. But for this, that is definitely the case. They did not have the... they don't have the equipment to get farther down here. I think it's one, not worth it, and two, the stone's plasticity because of the heat would probably not allow it. Yeah. Probably. Alright, here we go. The recommended multi-strategy containment plan is outlined as follows. 1. All efforts should be made to maintain a steady introduction of high-potency anesthetic to the uppermost dermal anatomy of the organism. This is the foremost measure for reducing the capability of the superorganism to sense and perceive human activity. It can absolutely still perceive it, dude. Sure, you can try to reduce it as much as you want, but oh my god, I do not believe that the superorganism just does not know or can't sense that there are things crawling around inside of it. For sure it knows. Two, at a similar volume to high-potency anesthetics, the introduction of inorganic phosphates directly into the muscles of the superorganism is an essential strategy designed to delay and fatigue the motor response of the organism. It's still conscious and just high and vibing. Oh, yeah. For sure, for sure. This poor thing has been high for, like, over 30 years. I kind of feel bad for the superorganism, not gonna lie. Where possible, the introduction of acidic compounds into bone structures will further weaken the overall response capability of the superorganism in the event that other containment precautions fail. special care should be taken to ensure that primary structural members of the organism's skeletal system are not weakened. However, as such a measure could potentially damage critical infrastructure. Note, as of revised 18.3 of this document, the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporation has been granted a temporary permit for the continued extraction of bone material and amniotic fluid ballast for research and limited commercial purposes. Yep. Commercial purposes. They need that money. We got to get that money, guys. The amniotic fluid, it's too good. It's too good. People rely on it. Stock value. We don't know how long it lives. 30 years of being high could just be a chill afternoon for it. That is true, but you know, that's a good point. That is a good point. Time might be very different for the superorganism compared to us, but I don't know. In my head, I feel like that's still very sad. That's still very sad. Cosmic age, maybe, yeah. 4. The task force has recommended measures which would induce a state of mild hypoxia in the superorganism through the replacement of oxygen-rich air with carbon dioxide-rich air within the respiratory systems of the organism. In addition, by venting plant exhaust from the surface containment facility directly into the organism, this plan remains in compliance with the standing EPA regulations on emissions within natural preserves. They're pumping... Okay, hold on. I need to look this up because I'm not entirely educated on what mild hypoxia is. So hypoxia... Oh my god! It causes symptoms like confusion, restlessness, difficulty breathing, rapid heart rate, and bluish skin. It could be potentially life-threatening. So we're giving it mild hypoxia. We're suffocating it. This is so fucked. This is so incredibly fucked up, dude. I'll just choke a little while, yeah. What if it's into that? I don't think it knows. I don't think it is. It doesn't even know what's going on with it. Only mild. Yeah, you can... Yes, just breathe through a straw. Just breathe through a straw. Just get a little bit of oxygen. The task force has recommended measures which would induce... Okay, yeah, I read this. It's rude. It is a superorganism and it doesn't know what's going on. There's no consent here whatsoever. There's zero consent. The superorganism has not said, yes, please pump me full of carbon dioxide, please. Please pump me full of sedatives and carbon dioxide. The thing about carbon dioxide poisoning, humans actually thrash and panic from excess carbon dioxide. So we can only expect similar reactions, aka incident number 2. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Number 5, the extraction of nutrient-rich materials from within the superorganism's gastric systems is an additional preventative step recommended by the task force to weaken the response capability of the organism. In order to prevent a hunger response, the task force has recommended displacing the volume of nutrient-rich materials with that of an inert material such as gravel or rock. As of revision 2.5 of this document, materials and objects harvested from the retrocognitive material gestation organs, aka gift gardens. That's what the gift gardens is? Yeah, we're starving and suffocating it, yes. Will continue at a greatly reduced capacity for the exclusive purpose of research. All such objects shall be stored in a designated and secure off-site facility. Conclusion! The CGR... It's not conclusion of the mystery flesh pit, by the way, just of the report here, the disaster report. Conclusion, the CGR concludes its recommendations and report with broad advocacy for any such programs which aim to better prepare physical as well as social and spiritual infrastructure for the inevitability of the Permian Basin superorganism emerging from dormancy and becoming completely active and ambulatory. The measures and methods described within these recommendations are temporary in their effectiveness while representing the fullest extent of human capability to impact the Permian Basin superorganism. Future studies and capabilities may yield a greater degree of readiness in matters concerning the survivability of a societal encounter with an active and ambulatory Immanis Colossius. But it is unrealistic to believe that mankind will be able to seriously damage or eliminate such an organism. No, I think it's pretty realistic to believe that we could do serious damage to it. I think that humans have proven quite capable of destroying things if it wants to destroy a thing. This sentence I do not believe. It's not for the lack of trying. I think that humanity has proven very capable of destroying things if they wanted to destroy a thing. Inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere within the US and abroad must come to understand that losses each and every one of us will face and how those impacts will harm the quality of life we enjoy on this unique part of the world. End of document. This document represents an executive overview of the now infamous July 2007 disaster which permanently closed the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Though the initial hazard and containment response was praised by many for its quick and decisive action, many have criticized the government for continuing to allow the Permian Basin Recovery and Superorganism Containment Corporations, formerly Anodyne Incorporated, a commercial stake in the containment efforts. When you have a gigantic rotting corpse below, you can only... below you, that can only end so bad. Yeah. Unrealistic Olio Destroy says the humans who thought gold from the gold rush would last forever. Oh, man. So that is the disaster report. On to the next one here. Ah, here we... Ooh! Okay, here we have another, like, visual guide here of the pit, the surface area. The entry orifice surfaces and service guides. Interior trail map. Oh, we have a trail map, guys. We can check out all the trails. This is so cool. Oh my god, man. Let me see if I can make... Nope, I can't. Okay, let's then, in that case, zoom in. Let us zoom in. So this here is the surface. Oh my... It looks like a butthole. It looks like a butthole. It really does. It might just be kind of like... It might just be like kind of like an esophagus. Because again, it was gastric bile that kind of got thrown up. It spewed, it puked, it threw up, okay, during the incident. So this might kind of just be like, this might straight up just be like an esophagus, but it really looks like a butthole. It really does look like a butthole. It does. If it is the butthole of whatever it is. I don't think it is the butthole because, like I said, it was choking and then throwing up and it just came out of here. But it may be a feeding tube. I don't know because it also... I think it breathes through it. I think it breathes through it. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I don't think it was that, Mastodon. I don't think so. Let's call it a sphincter. Okay, sure. I'll accept sphincter. For some life forms, the butt and mouth are the same orifice. Fuck, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It could be all of the above. It could literally be all of the above. Oh, God. Okay, anyway. So this is the entry orifice. Here you can see you've got, like, your hotel parking. You got the Marriott Hotel along here. You've got the conference parking. So I guess you got, like, a conference building here for, like, meetings with shareholders and what have you. You have the visitor center, the upper visitor center, which is outside. There's another visitor center at, like, below, like, within the superorganism. But this is the main one, the top one. Ow, thank you for the hydrate. Everyone, please shake your shakers, take a sippy. Don't shake your shaker if you don't have a shaker. What if one of the animals that eat and poop out of... What? Oh, are starfish like that? Because they did say that it seems to be shaped like a starfish. When like during the incident, they were able to register the seismic activity of it, and the shape of the seismic activity looked like it resembled a starfish. So it could be. Starfish do that. There you go. There you go. That is it. Yep. That might make a lot of sense, Gonzo. Holy frick. Yeah, the artist's depiction of it moving was very starfish-like. Yeah, exactly. You have a lot of parking lot here, as you can see. Interpark. Parking garage. Okay, so there's a parking garage right here. Oh, it's for escort. Okay. Hotel park, yeah, a bunch of parking lots, blah, blah, blah. Retail concourse, so here you can get, like, there's probably a gift shop here. You got some restaurants, stuff like that. You got the gondola pavilion. And, the gondola takes you down into the pit. Starfish sea stars use the same general area on their underside for eat and waste disposal. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Okay. All right. Celebrating 20 years. Oh, man. Okay. Advice to enjoy Mystery Flesh Pit National... Yes, so it's a bottle. Jesus Christ. Wonderful. Wonderful. How to enjoy the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. I have 1 to 2 hours. What should I do? You can walk the rim trail. The rim trail. Oh, this is the rim. I'm behind it. I'm behind. Here, let me just hide briefly here. Let me just remove the hat. So you see this here. This here. That's the rim trail. So if you only have 1 to 2 hours, you can walk the rim trail. Right here. There's the restaurant overlooking the giant butthole. Yep. Gondola pavilion. You've got a bunch of stuff here. You can walk the rim trail. You can see the historic ritual grounds, which are right here. Oh, I think this is all the historic ritual grounds. I think is what right here is what also kind of gave people the or scientists or researchers the idea that maybe ancient civilizations also knew about the superorganism living here and made sacrifices to it. They would have like ritual sacrifices and whatnot for the superorganism. And you can visit the park museums and visitor center. And that would be right here. Right here. Like that. I have half a day. What should I do? Sorry, I'm gonna bring myself back up here. Give me a moment. There we go. Walking that trail takes a lot of time and work. It's basically a job, yeah. I wonder if some people have a job on the rim. Maybe they do a bit of trimming to keep it nice and moving on. I have half a day. What should I do? Ride the descent gondola into the park. Tip, ride the gondola in the morning to avoid crowds during peak hours. Oh, hello, Hoshi. Nice and presentable, yeah. Welcome in, Hoshi. Hello, hello. How you doing? During peak seasons. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you can go to the visit. If you intend to like actually go into the pit, you can ride the gondola into the pit like that. Joking aside, they probably have a maintenance team to clean the litter and keep foliage in check, make it presentable. Oh yeah, yeah. They probably do. So like I was kind of joking, but also kind of like not. So yeah. Good, how are you? I'm doing very good. Thank you, Hoshi. Thank you. We're doing a deep dive in the mystery flesh pit. Got distracted. Where'd the hat go? I removed the hat temporarily so that I could show you guys the rim trail surrounding it. And then I got my cat ears and I decided, okay, well, I gotta show off the cat ears, so I can't put my hat on. Can't believe you're showing it's not Vagoo, it is a butthole, thank you very much. It is an orifice. I was just heard trimming and I was like, huh? Yeah, no. It is an orifice to the superorganism. Alright, so if you have half a day, you can take a ride to the gondola into the pit. You can attend a free park ranger program. You can walk through one of the many enclosed trails within the interior of the park. I have a full day. What should I do? Explore the lower visitor center and enclosed trails within the park. Bathe in the amniotic thermal springs. And visit the gift gardens. Get a grip. While the maw, or they call it the maw, entry orifice may appear frightening to animals and small children, every effort has been made to ensure that your safety and well-being while within the park. Well-being while within the park. A short educational film outlining major security features of the park plays in the main visitor center IMAX theater. So in this area here. Keep wildlife wild. For your safety and theirs, please keep a distance of 50 feet. Do not give water or food, and drive carefully at night and after rainstorms to avoid hitting stray wildlife which may have ventured from within the pit. So here's another thing that's absolutely terrifying. The creatures and fauna that live within the superorganism sometimes just crawl out and visit the surface and then go back inside. So, you can accidentally come across, like, one of the creatures that live inside the pit, outside of the pit. They're just telling you, like, hey, don't approach them. They crawl out when it rains, so it's like Vegas? I guess so, yeah. Give water. No, the opposite of that, Biddy. The opposite. Stay behind railings and away from cliffs. Hold on to children. Do not back up without looking around. Man, okay, this is a crazy thing to say because logically you'd think, like, if there's a railing, it's because you should not go on the other side of that railing, right? It's to keep you on one side of the railing. Don't climb over. It's there for a reason. But the amount of times that people just don't fucking listen to that and climb over the railing and do things thinking, I'm not gonna fall, and then they do, and then they die. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. There's a story of a father, a family, going... I don't remember if it was the Grand Canyon, but it was something similar. It was somewhere in the U.S. There was a huge canyon, and it's a trail. It's a marked trail. There's a tour guide. There's, like, a bunch of other, like... It's a very easily walkable trail, but it is still a canyon. So... it is not recommended that you get too close to the edge because you may slip and fall and fucking die. A father with his family, they went there. So he had like, I don't remember how many kids he had, but there were kids with him. I think his wife was there. I'm not entirely sure, but he wanted to play a joke. He wanted to play a joke on his kids. So he went to the edge of a, he went to the edge of, like, this canyon, and he saw that there was, like, a ledge, like, immediately after this edge, and he thought, oh, I'm gonna play a joke on my kid, and I'm gonna tell my kid to take a picture, and then I'm gonna pretend to fall into the pit, but I'm gonna land on this ledge here and then duck down and make it look like I fell in. So, hubris, he... did that, but then he slipped from the edge and he actually fell in and he fucking died. So yeah. In front of his children. In front of his kids. Anyway, stay behind. Stay behind the fucking railings. Do not approach the edge of cliffs, everyone. It is so important. My God. Okay? You don't think it'll happen to you until it fucking does. Just like me with my ibuprofen. Do not approach industrial areas. Observe at warnings. Observe all warning signs and fences while in the park. Machinery may start and stop without warning. Oh yeah, it is a sad story. It's a very sad story. Edge of the railing and approach the cliffs. God, Jesus Christ. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is one of over 400 parks in the national park system. To get the most out of your national park, ask about the park passport program at a visitor center information desk. You just wish you could be as committed to the bit as that guy. He's so committed that he's committed to it even in the afterlife. Hunting and fishing. A Mystery Flesh Pit National Park fishing permit is required. Oh my god, you can fish! You can fish in the freaking pit! State permits are not valid in the park, and state regulations do not apply. So you do need a permit, but you can go fishing in the pit, I guess. Commercial partners. So they've got Chili's. They're partnered with Hard Rock Cafe. Oh my god, they're partnered with Baskin Robbins, Marriott, Trader Vic's, and Burger King. Fish for what? I mean, I'm sure it's got its own type of like weird fish, right? Is it catch and release, or can you take them home? I don't think you're allowed to take them home, but, I don't know, actually. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. Alright. I'm zooming in here so I can read this part over here behind my head. You guys won't really be able to see it very well, but I will read it to you. So yeah, obviously this is the public road here. You got parking, blah, blah. You got ATM, you got campgrounds, covered picnic area, first aid, food service, gas station, gift shop, grill, gondola, handicap parking, information, interpretive exhibits, kennel. Okay, you got a kennel, so you can probably like, you can bring your pets here, apparently. Lodging, public parking, restrooms. Not entirely sure what this word is. Store, telephone, theater, and water fountain. Hours of operation for the descent gondola. I wouldn't trust that pit with my dog. I wouldn't bring my dog here either, to be honest. Fish for the gastric whales. I think that we did learn that there are things that live in the because there are gastric seas. There's a gastric sea, so there are creatures that live there. We also heard about the fucking sirens. There are sirens in there. So there's something living in there. There are things living in there for sure, for sure, for sure. Would you bring a first date here? I'd say second date. Maybe third. Not first. Not first. So, no eating or open drink containers in the gondola. No pets. ADA-approved service animals only. Second and third if they're cool. Yeah. Ow. Accommodates wheelchairs. Blah, blah, blah. Collapse strollers before entering the gondola. No oversized jogging strollers. Gondolas, la, la, la. Hiking information. Okay. Don't piss off your date. They may push you into the pit. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you should piss off your date no matter where you go. But, yeah, possibly especially not in the pit. Many believe they are strong hikers and that hiking inside the Mystery Flesh Pit is easy. Know your limits. Before attempting a hike within the pit, please seek advice from a park ranger. Ask for a hiking brochure at either the main or lower visitor center information desk. More in-depth information about specific trails, equipment, rentals, interior conditions, and smart hiking practices can be found at the Visitor Information Center. Center desk. Hiking off-trail within the park is dangerous. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park occupies the living and active internal anatomy of the Permian Basin superorganism. Unreinforced access within the superorganism are lethal and inhospitable to human life. Follow all warning signs and precautions while inside the park. They got daily programs as well. I feel like going to the giant sphincter in the ground has unintended implications. It's a propriety and all. Fair enough. Fair enough. Got information here. Located in the dry plain. Oh, here we have like a little blurb of where it's at. Located in the dry plains of West Texas, this geobiological feature encompasses 187 square miles of the Permian Basin and adjacent grasslands. One of the most spectacular discoveries in modern history, the Mystery Flesh Pit offers visitors incomparable experiences deep within its expansive internal anatomy. This map is published by Mystery Flesh Pit National Park with support from your entrance fees. It is available in French, German, Spanish, Italian, Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. Visitor centers contain additional information and brochures. The National Park Service cares for the special places saved by the American people so that all may experience our heritage. Yes. Yes, the fucking Mystery Flesh Pit, the Permian Basin superorganism, is American heritage. Fucking god damn it. Sure. Sure, of course. Yeah, absolutely. We all spawn from the pit. Of course. Fucking amazing, man. It's heritage. It was here before us. We don't know if we are a part of the pit or were once part of the pit, though. I don't know if we call it heritage. Take that, Japan. We got a real kaiju. We only see its butthole, but we have it right here in West Texas. Take that. We don't need your kaijus. We have the Sphinxter over here in Texas. We can enter it and leave it as we please. Remind me, have they ever done DNA testing on the pit? Oh god, was that covered? Mother Gaia's butthole. I don't remember if they did DNA testing. Yeah, take that, Godzilla. I don't know if we did DNA testing. I can't remember. Fuck. Oh, no. I don't remember if it was covered. What if it has human DNA? Didn't disclaim it somewhere. I'm sure they had to have done DNA testing. They've done so many tests, but I don't think it has human DNA. It has some biology. Like the immediate surface level biology is very resemblant. It resembles a lot of human biology and animal biology and like things that live on the surface. But the deeper that you go, the less human its biology seems. Yeah, there's a lot of biological similarities, but the deeper that you go, the less normal it looks. Not exactly on board with people going in and out of the sphincter as they bleed. Unfortunately, Destin, that's kind of what we're doing. Unfortunately. Thank you for the posture check, everyone. Please sit up straight. You have a good stretch. Yep, fix your spine. Ah. Yeah, it is unfortunately what we're doing. Man, the more I think about it, like, the more fucked up it really is. We are sedating it against its will. We are paralyzing it. We are asphyxiating it. And we are entering and leaving the hole whenever we please. Without ever knowing if this fucking thing cares or not. Yeah, no, exactly, James. Not necessarily against its will. We didn't even ask. No, exactly. We can't know if it's against its will. We fucking sedated it. We sedated it. We paralyzed it. We're asphyxiating it. And we're just doing this? Did we at least take it on a date first? That's debatable. Unless you count the historic ritual grounds over here part of a date. or some sort of offering. We just assumed, oh yeah, the ancestors, ancient civilizations have already given it enough offerings. We can do what we want now. So I don't know. I think that counts. Okay. I've done everything but asking. Yeah. Yeah, that's, it's a lot. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. All right, here. Here we have the interior trail map and services guide. So this is everything that has been mapped out. This is everything that has actually been mapped out for the trails. It goes... It's much bigger than that, actually. There's a lot more here that we have not seen or explored. Feeling like a frat house in here for some reason. I don't think if my grandma asks someone out, it means I'm giving a pass. Oh god, exactly, Miku. Is that an eye socket on the top left? Oh god, it kind of looks like one, doesn't it? Like right here? Jesus. We saw a cochlear orifice on the surface. Like if we go back here, like somewhere, so this is the main orifice, but we saw that there was also a cochlear like area here that would allow it to hear. It's the implication that like if there's a cochlear orifice, it's probably because it can fucking hear. It can hear, like right here. Okay, somewhere around here. But then here, there was an area in the pit that I do remember the documents stating that there were eyes or things resembling eyes. There's also an eye in the center of the map. Yes. Oh! Oh my god! No, Macedon fucking is right! There's an eye right here! And an eye right here! Oh no! Oh no! Forward-facing eyes, predator! Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Why would the eyes be right next to the acid sea? Here's the thing, Spherical, is that, like, it's not humanoid. We know it's not humanoid. But it has semblances of things that might be biologically similar to us. So it has similarities, but it's not actually humanoid in nature or in biology. Oh my god, that is actually horrifying. Holy frick. Holy frick, dude. Okay. It could also be mutated or effed up since we don't know the origin. Exactly. We do not know its origin. We don't know how long it's been there. We don't know if it's older than the Earth itself. We don't know if it's always looked the way that it has. Maybe it moves, maybe it shifts, maybe it mutates, evolves. We have no clue. No clue. So... Here you have a place called Fondue Village. I don't know why that's called that, but... Yep, you have North Bronchial Forest, so you know that it breathes. You know it breathes. You have the South Bronchial Forest. You've got two sets here. The amniotic thermal springs are right here. So this is where you go if you want to get your freak on. You have... Apparently you can walk around in here, apparently. I don't know why. Do not eat the fondue, yeah. Lower visitor center is like right between the two eyeball-looking things right here. Synolecant organ. Southwestern musculature. Here you have the lesser gastric sea, and behind my head you have the greater gastric sea. And it cuts off. See, you have the greater gastric sea right here, and it cuts off. It is ginormous. It is enormous. My God. Septum Falls. Thor's rib cage right here. You've got about... I wish I could make this actually bigger, but I can't. Like, I have to... Like, I wish I could open the image in new tab, but it doesn't let me zoom in. I can't zoom in here. It doesn't let you. It's a real shame. I wish I could get, like, you know, a fully, like, full resolution of this image so I can really look at it. Because there's a lot of words here that I can't read. Where's the can't download? No, it's the image of it, like the full-size image of it is it's this is the full-size image. It's not huge. It's not big. I cannot make it bigger. If I save image as desktop, save, let me have a look here. I could check to see, but I think that that's as big as it gets. Yeah, I can't make it bigger. It's very unfortunate. Oh my goodness! Rainy! Hello, Rainy, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? My name is Alphena. I am a Void Witch, and I am a horror streamer. If that's your kind of thing, please feel free to stick around. And if not, thank you for stopping by. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today, we are doing a deep dive on the Mystery Flesh Pit. If you guys do not know what the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is, it is a it is kind of like a alternate universe type of project. It's really cool. It's so cool. I freaking love it. Where is that? It's in Texas. It's in West Texas. It's really cool. It's so cool. Oh shit, you got your game, Sam. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Enjoy. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Rainy. Thank you, Raiders, for coming. I hope you had a fantastic stream, Rainy. What were you up to today? What were you up to? Let me have a look-see here. SnowRunner. What is SnowRunner? What is SnowRunner? Oh, it's a driving sim. Hell yeah. I'm assuming you're driving in the snow. I'm assuming. Guys, please go check out Rainy. She is absolutely lovely. Very, very cute model. Very beautiful design. Please go check them out. Please, please, please go check them out. And Rainy, if you need to step away to get yourself something to drink or something to eat, please, please do. It is very important to take care of yourself after streaming. Thank you so much. And that goes for everyone who has come in as well. If you guys need to go stretch your legs, go eat, go to the bathroom, go sleep, whatever, feel free to do so. I really appreciate you all stopping by. Thank you so, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Supposed to, but I hadn't gone to the snow yet. That's okay. That's okay. I'm sure you'll get to it. But yes, thank you for joining us on this expedition. We're also on an expedition, but we're doing it in the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. It is a superorganism, massive superorganism that we don't know too much about, and capitalism decided we're going to turn this into a way to make money. Does it actually have flesh? Yes! This is the orifice. This is the main orifice of the Mystery Flesh Pit. It is the only way in and out of the Flesh Pit. It goes at least 30,000 meters down, I think, or I don't remember. And we have not been able to go past that because it's way too deep. And this is the trail map and services guide that we have been able to map out. So as you can see, there's things that are very, very resembling of eyeballs right here. There are bronchial forests. There's one right here, one right here. There is a lesser gastric sea and a greater gastric sea behind me right here. It's horrifying. And there's also amniotic thermal springs. And we are selling the fluid extracted from the amniotic thermal springs because they supposedly rejuvenate, heal cancer, heal disease, clear acne, help your skin, lead to extended life, and it's an aphrodisiac. Yeah, it's an aphrodisiac. So yes, there's a lot to this. A lot. Drink the mystery fluid, it's yummy. The unfortunate thing is that, so as you probably guessed, because this is a superorganism and this thing has muscle and flesh and sinew and all of that kind of biology, it is alive. Well, when it rains and a lot of water falls down into the pit, the only orifice that is open, if it starts, I don't know, absorbing too much water, it's going to start choking on it, right? So it's going to cough up the water. If there's people within the pit and it starts muscle spasming and whatnot to try to get rid of the water, it might kill a lot of people. So what do? We pump it full of sedatives. We try to keep it comatose. Unfortunately, all of the fail safes wound up not working. So the fluid pumps did not work. The extra sedatives that we tried pumping into it actually exacerbated the problem. So not only did the superorganism start coughing and spasming and trying to get the water out of its bronchial areas, its breathing tubes, the sedatives made it sick. Yeah, the ad soon, yes. So the sedatives made it sick. And so it threw up. And where does it throw up? It throws up from the only freaking orifice that it has. And the orifice is where the visitors and the tourists and the workers all come and go. And so a lot of people melted from the gastric juices that were expelled from the only orifice there, from the butt mouth, exactly. So, a lot of people died. And then the national park was closed down. Yeah, that is the July 4th, 2007 incident. So a lot of people died. The national park was closed down and it is now simply a research center. Also, we have ads in 3 seconds. I apologize, everyone, for the ads. Come for the flesh pit, get melted for free. Yep. Yup. Also, it's really funny that the Intrapark Thermal Wellness Resort is right next to the Greater Gastric Sea. The what mouth? A park, huh? Yeah, the Mystery Flesh Pit of National Park. Ow, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Everyone, please shake your shakers and take a sippy. Sippy up, everyone. Drink up. Don't shake your shakers if you don't have one. If you have an open container that you're drinking your hydration fluid from, don't shake it. Morocco, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. You got seltzer all over your guitar. Where ads? There's ads. It took a minute, but there they are. There they be. All right. Since I do have my cat ears out, I will remove the hat for now. But yeah, so here's the beautiful trail map and services guide. Absolutely gorgeous. However, it is absolutely terrifying now that I know that it has some sort of like weird eyes. Weird eyes. Very weird eyes. Indeed, ads. Do not worry, I will wait until ads are done before I return to reading, and we will continue our foray into the mystery of the Permian Basin superorganism. Do not worry, I will wait for you. I will wait. I freaking love this, man. This is the kind of freaking like world building that I love. I love this kind of world. It's so extensive. It's so expansive. There's so much thought put into this, man. So much freaking thought put into this. Oh, hunting and fishing. Yeah, so you can hunt and fish. It's just that you need an actual permit for it. That's interesting. Look at that. Look at that. If you guys want to go fishing in the Gastric Sea, you are welcome to. I don't know what kind of creatures you're going to find there, but yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I personally would not. Because I can only imagine how horrific the fish in the Gastric Sea looks like. Can we feed the fish? We don't know what they eat. What would they eat? I mean, I guess you can try. I guess you can try. We are technically visiting this place kind of illegally right now. Just don't get caught. No, not fish. Macrobacteria. Yes, yes. I'm saying fish because that is the more understandable term. But yes, they are some form of macrobacteria. Yes. Not stomach parasites. Yeah, that's the thing. They are technically like... So here's the... They're not... The thing about the superorganism is that they're symbiotic. These quote-unquote parasites are symbiotic with the superorganism. They are kind of co-living together. You know what I mean? Hey, Ska, how you doing? Holy shit, you're playing Fatal Frame 2. Yes! Yes! No more ads. Welcome back, Ska. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from ad hell. Welcome, Ska. How was your stream? How's Fatal Frame 2? Heck yeah! I hope you had a fantastic stream, and welcome in, Raiders. Welcome. My name is Alphena. I am a Void Witch, and I am a horror streamer. However, today, the only horror that we are visiting is the horrors of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, now defunct because of the incident of July 4th, 2007, where many people died because of negligence. Many such cases. But yes. Welcome. Goff, you need to step away to get yourself something to drink, something to eat. Please, please do. It is very important to take care of yourself after streaming. Yep, negligence, greed, etc., etc. Yep. If we're a similar size to the macrobacteria, the organism absolutely does not recognize Orpheolus. I think we're smaller than the macrobacteria. I think we might actually be smaller. At least smaller than some of them, because we saw some of the other macrobacteria, and they are, like, as big as us. It's exactly the same as last time I streamed it, except for all the things that changed. Are the flesh pits treating you well? Yeah, we're finding out some freaky things about it. Like the fact that it has things that resemble human eyes right here and here. So that's freaky. That's a little freaky. But yes, welcome back from ads, everyone. Welcome back. All right. Let us continue. The first Mystery Flesh Pit National Park trail map was published in 1981 and was the first mapping of the superorganism to conform to the NPS graphic standards. Early trail maps were compiled from hundreds of individual surveys and measurements by spelunkers, explorers, and eventually park engineers to form a more comprehensive picture of the Mystery Flesh Pit's internal anatomy. With the addition of lighted and air-conditioned reinforced tunnels in the 1970s, the park became more accessible to visitors than ever, necessitating the need for a concise, easy-to-read map familiar to any national park visitor. I went to 2 VTuber streams in the span of 5 minutes, and they're both talking about flesh. Did not get the memo. Oh, I've been going through the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park for 3 streams now. 3 streams. Have you seen the USSR joint digging project that got to the flesh pit's skin? I don't know. I'm going to show you where we're at. So if I go back to the main thing here, we're around... Where are we at? We're here right now. We're here. Oh, it's on the dude's YouTube channel. Then no, I have not. I have not checked out the YouTube channel. I have not. We're just going through the website right now. We're just going through the website. We still have a lot to cover. We still have, like, a lot to cover here. Made in Abyss type shit. I'm pretty sure that Mystery Flesh Pit National Park has been around since before Made in Abyss was, created. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that, Trevor Roberts, the creator of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, thought this up long before Made in Abyss. I think. Thank you for the stretch, and welcome in, Reed Ravi. Thank you. Everyone, please stretch. Ah. All right. The edition shown here is a scan from 2000 and commemorates the 20th anniversary of the park's absorption into the national park system. Notable additions to this map over older prints are the Hilton Intra-Park Thermal Wellness Resort, as well as redrawn property lines of commercial extraction areas. The monorail line is notably missing from this map, as its development would not be announced to the public until May of 2001, only to finally open after dozens of delays in the autumn of 2006. And then, not even a year later, the incident happened. Not even a year later, the incident happened. Thank you. Thank you for that. Next, this is such a cool image, dude. I freaking love this. This piece of art is so good. Can I make this big? Fuck! I want this as a print, man. It's so good. It's so cool. I hope that you can get this as a print. It's really sick. Made in Abyss came out 2 years before. Really, Miku? Holy crap, wow. It's so cool. It's so cool. Maybe in the gift shop? Yeah, we're gonna check out the gift shop when we're done going through the entirety of Mystery Flesh Pit. A Interior mining crew enlarges and clears fluid from an existing duct in preparation to move in larger extraction equipment. This work requires considerable skill and a psychological resistance to claustrophobia. 2017, Made in Abyss, Flesh Pit 2019. That's what the wiki says, at least. Interesting. That's really interesting. I don't think that... 2017 for Made in Abyss. Wow, really? I thought it was... Really? 2019 for the Mystery Flesh Pit? I was so sure that the Mystery Flesh Pit was older than that. Holy frick. Flesh Pit ate 2 large banana structures? What? What? That's the anime. Yeah, the manga is 2012. All right, wow. I am very surprised. Holy moly. All right, let us continue. Well of the Abhumans? What? Okay. Let us read. Well of the Abhumans. Geobiological feature. Peer into the past. The Well of the Abhumans is the name given to a unique fluid duct that was discovered in the early 1980s by work crews installing telecom lines within the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. The relatively small, 1.2 meters diameter tube was notable in that it was comprised of tissue types previously unencountered, serving a role in a then unknown anatomical system within the pit. Once the duct was cut open and the upper duct was sealed, it was found to be saturated with formaldehyde. After a few hours of slow descent, a bladder-like organ was encountered by an explorer which was filled with a dense sponge-like tissue. Additionally, there were discovered the bodies of 3 unidentifiable mammals in a severe state of decay, but otherwise preserved by the formaldehyde. Though the proportions and musculature of the bodies initially led investigators to believe they were human remains, additional investigation revealed musculoskeletal features wholly different from any known hominid. Later, radiological dating of bone samples from the bodies indicated a startling disparity between the 3 corpses. One was dated to the 10th century AD, one was dated to over 35,000 BC, Wow, the final specimen having bones entirely consisting of dense plastic
4
polymer.
months. Yay.
Holy heck, Radicus, thank you so much for 4 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello, Marksman. Hello. How's my favorite delinquent witch doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. Thank you. Thank you. Alfie, what are you playing? I'm not playing anything. I am reading the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park world building website. We are diving deep into the Mystery Flesh Pit. Yeah. Yeah. I'm playing the reading game. Yeah, exactly. This sucks. Imagine being tortured by tiny creatures exploring your insides while you're just trying to chill, right? Also, what the heck? The final specimen having bones entirely consisting of a dense plastic polymer? What could that be? As you peer into this well, please do not deposit coins, trash, or other foreign debris inside. Certain materials may damage or discolor the concrete wall surrounding the open duct. Aliens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm so sure that the superorganism predates the Earth. It could be time travel stuff. I feel like that would be very... Oh, man. I don't know, man. Macroplastics. Alphena holding a big-ass book, and we're all huddled behind her, looking over her shoulder. Yeah. I'm tortured by tiny creatures exploring my insides every day. It's called my gut flora. Okay, but you don't feel it, though, Ska. And I don't think they're drilling into your insides and extracting, like, nutrients and things to, like, sell to other... to other tiny creatures outside of you, right? Because that's what we're doing to this thing. Bullshit, I don't... Fair enough. Oh, shit, here's the bronchial forest, or one of the bronchial forests. They don't want us throwing coins in because it grants wishes. If only. This is so freaking cool, man. Also, I do want to say, all of these, like, these images that looks like, people, like, looking inside, guts and stuff like that. It's Photoshop, baby. It's Photoshop, baby. It's freaking great. It's awesome. You can do so much with Photoshop. You don't fucking need your AI bullshit to create stuff like this. Photoshop, baby! It looks fucking great. It looks so good, man. It's just like, it's just photo bashing things together. It's so fucking good. It's so good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Favorite course you took in high school? Yeah! It's great. It's so fucking cool. All right. Southern Bronchial Forest. A living, breathing forest. Your Photoshop would never lie to you. No, exactly. It wouldn't. Well, I mean, it's Adobe. Adobe might lie to you. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There are... Yeah, unfortunately. I'm talking about, like, early Photoshop, dude. Like, but there are other applications, like Photoshop that could do the same thing. Yeah, Adobe would spit in your face and lie, yes, and be like, you love it. You love it. Krita, CSP, exactly, yeah. A living, breathing forest. Take in the cool air as it rushes around you. Breathe in the living history of hundreds of millions of years of natural evolution and adaptation. The Southern Bronchial Forest, like all bronchial forests within Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, are enormous respiratory organs that fulfill a variety of roles in the highly complex and interdependent ecosystem of the Permian Basin superorganism. Each year, millions of tons of gases, such as carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen, are exchanged within these colossal organs in slow breaths. These long breaths fluctuate with the changing of seasons. It takes about 6 months for just one of these lungs to fully inhale or exhale. During the inhalation process, cool air slowly inflates the many thousands of bronchioles within the forest. This provides the Permian Basin superorganism with oxygen and a large volume of relatively cold winter air. Conversely, during the warmer summer months, A slow exhalation process disperses buildups of carbon dioxide and waste heat. The thermal exchange of waste heat into the outer atmosphere is a vital way in which the mystery flesh pit is able to maintain its metabolic processes. Hello, Nuna! How you doing? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. It looks like a sponge. I mean, the lungs are kind of like sponges, right? Yeah. If you remove your lungs, they look like that too. Yeah, sponges. Lungs are weird. They're very spongy. Why do people even need Photoshop to edit images? What happened to good old drawing goggles with a pen over printed pictures? Don't need to pay a subscription for that. Yeah. Imagine if it snored. I mean, it might. Maybe the only reason that it doesn't snore right now is because we have put so many stents in to enlarge like its airways and its holes. So maybe if we didn't do that, it would probably snore. Like all the muscles and the flesh might flap around every time it breathes. And then it makes weird noises. You don't know. It's very possible. Should I cut my lung off? Probably not. Do you think the common cold looks at your insides like this? I don't know. It fixed its sleep apnea. The only good thing that we did for the superorganism is fix or prevent sleep apnea. Yes. It's the only good thing we've done for this poor creature. A guided tour group led by an experienced park ranger for program schedules. Ask a ranger or check bulletin boards. Advance reservations for organized groups are advised year-round. Hiking in the bronchial forests. Unlike many of the unique environments found within Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, the bronchial forests exhibit a climate that is nominally habitable to humans. Oh shit, what? We could like fucking... Oh, okay, well, nominally habitable. It's probably better in the winter than it is in the summer. Fresh, oxygenated air drawn in from the surface of the park allows visitors to experience the stunning vistas and breathtaking scenery of this geobiological formation without the need for bulky respirators, helmets, or other heavy protective gear. However, unlike the majority of the park, which is accessible to visitors, many of the trails found within the bronchial forests are undeveloped and preserved in their natural state. Chasms and bronchial passages within the forests are generally unmarked. Before hiking into the forest, please seek advice from a park ranger. Ask for an updated map which contains in-depth information about specific trails, conditions, and smart hiking practices from either the lower visitor center or from a ranger station. In the summer, it'll be full of CO2. Yeah, exactly. Many believe they are strong hikers and that a hike into the bronchial forest is easy. Know your limits. Note: trails are closed to the public from early May until late September each year as the Permian Basin superorganism completes an exhalation cycle. During exhalation, excessive carbon dioxide concentration, excessive heat, and aggressive behavioral patterns of local wildlife create potentially dangerous conditions to guests and park personnel. Makes sense. Primary bronchus. Jesus, this is so detailed. Oh my god, we're walking in it. We're walking around in it, bro. The lower visitor center, thermal springs, and drainage pump stations. And then we can like... So you got the Pearl Divide route here. Eastern Spur. Eastern Spur is over there. Right here. You got Middle Chasm route right here. And the Grand Chasm route, which is over here. And then you can just, like, overlook this and then hopefully not fall into it. Jesus, God. It'd be kind of messed up to smoke in there. Yes, it would be very messed up, yeah. Bronchus sounds like an insult. You bronchus, you primary bronchus. It kind of does, yeah. Oh my god, the wildlife in the freaking bronchial forest. Holy shit. Okay. Many unique and fascinating species of plants and animals call the bronchial forests home. As you hike through bronchioles and spelunk into alveolar sacs, watch carefully for existing colonies of fungus, lichen, slimes, and molds which thrive in the humid and dark interior of the mystery flesh pit. Macrobacteria often feed on these sessile forms of life, with some varieties forming large colonies in the lower mucus-rich crypts of the forest. Multi-winged pneumocaes, a blind species which thrives inside the large chasms of the forest, feed on these macrobacterial colonies in visceral hunting displays. Ask a park ranger for information about seasonal feeding patterns and hands-on wildlife demonstrations. It looks like a giant like ant with like two pincers here is what that looks like, but it's also got wings. Pneumocae landing on a visitor arm during an uncharacteristically benign encounter. Oh my god, it landed. It's huge. It landed on someone's arm. Oh my god. Mystical Drake, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the void. Luminescent fungal colony found growing extensively within the bronchial forest. That looks gorgeous. That looks really pretty. Glowing fungus is really, really, like, otherworldly looking. And a lone macrobacteria extends sensory appendages as it forages for food. Really cool. Very, very cool. Love it. Love it. Ah, here we have another ad here. Exclusive offer. The Geo Spa. Anodyne Corporation. So this is, I think this is from like the therapeutic, the therapeutic spa that like overlooks the greater gastric sea. I'm pretty sure. Finally, the therapeutic benefits of amniotic ballast now available in your own home. Wait, what? No. Oh my god, no. If you're into the good life, you should know about the Geo Spa. We believe every person... Okay, I gotta say this in my, like, advertiser voice. Give me a sec. Yeah, they're shipping this stuff out of Texas. Give me a sec here. All right. Finally, the therapeutic benefits of amniotic ballast, now available in your own home. If you're into the good life, you should know about the Geo Spa. We believe every person deserves to plunge into the miraculous, rejuvenating, and stimulating effects of amniotic ballast. The Geo Spa is expertly engineered and is installed by professional technicians upon white glove delivery. It comes complete with a state-of-the-art electric heater, 2-speed pump, high-efficiency filters, 24-hour automatic control center with waterproof remote control, and 6 adjustable hydrojet nozzles to tickle your fancy. Whatever or whoever that might be. Expertly engineered, fully assembled, and pre-tested. Just add a few very appreciative friends. Discover all the features that make the Geo Spa luxurious by nature, superior by design. Write for our free, lavishly illustrated catalog or call toll-free 800-555-0168. Geo Spa in-home ballast spas. Exclusive offer. Mention this advertisement when you order to receive 1 free weekly amniotic ballast refill canister for your Geo Spa system. A $280 value. My God! You can take it out of the flesh pit and bring it home with you. From the moment the properties of amniotic ballast were realized, there was a rush to export the experience of bathing in the natural thermal springs of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park into the home. The difficulties in such a proposition rested within the additional property of ballast to begin losing some of its potency with removal from the venturial environment. While, of course, possible through a combined strategy of pressurization, heating, concentration, and chemical stabilization, such efforts were never cheap or easily portable. As a result, few, but the relatively wealthy, ever enjoyed the full benefits of ballast bathing. Of course, it's the wealthy. Outside the Mystery Flesh Pit, which ended up driving more and more visitors to the park as the health and recreational value of the ballast became more widespread. Goddamn. You'll take 12 of them? You just need the one! You don't need 12! You don't need 12, you just need the one! Ooh, Okay, this is one of the vehicles. As you can see, oh shit, look, here you have like, it's got like cleats on the tracks so that it can like actually, you know, roll through the flesh, drive against the flesh. In the early 1970s, prior to the involvement of either the Anodyne Corporation or the National Park Service, exploration of the mystery flesh pit was crude and arduous exercise undertaken by local agriculture and oil field workers. These young men, many of whom possessed no formal training in caving, improvised a variety of methods to aid in these early missions of discovery. An early attempt to mechanize the task of crawling through the viscera of the fleshscape took the form of a field-modified work trucks. Like the surveying GMC CK truck shown here, formerly on display within the Upper Visitor Center, these jury-rigged vehicles lacked standardized designs and were highly experimental in nature. Though lacking the safety and articulation features common to later purpose-built machines such as the Grumman-produced internal and anatomy vehicle, these simple trucks were relatively instrumental in early exploration efforts to survey the Permian Basin superorganism, with 2 or 3 surviving in service well into the 1980s. Rolling through the flesh would be 8-baller bending, not gonna lie, yeah. Killdozer 0.5. The 4 snowplows prying open the holes. Oh my god, man. Crazy. All right, here we have... Oh my god! That's true. You had people that were addicted to the ballast fluids. So they probably had like freaking like addiction ads for this. Billboards outside Gumption, Texas. Struggling with addiction? You don't have to struggle alone. Yeah, ballast concentrate. Oh my god. Crazy. Here we have another billboard. Exit 176 toward Gumption. Explore inner space. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Garage sale. Ah, here we have the Lower Visitor Center. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Gateway into the deep. Your adventure into the wonder and magnificence of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park begins as your enclosed... It's kind of cut off, isn't it? Hang on. Oops. Hang on. Hang on, I got this, I got this. Never mind, I don't. I'll figure it out. I'm reading it out loud anyway. The gateway into the deep. Your adventure into the wonderful and magnificence of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park begins as your enclosed gondola begins to descend down into the darkness, away from the blistering heat and light of the Permian Basin. Just when the 20-minute twisting and turning ride down into the maw of this immense organism feels like it might never end, an illuminated structure comes into the view beneath your feet. It's a 20-minute gondola ride to get to the visitor center within the basin. Oh my god. Step out of the elevator car and into the well-lit and comfortable lobby of the Lower Visitor Center, your gateway to an unforgettable visit to one of the world's most unique natural wonders. I'm gonna be honest, I think it's anything but natural. Like honestly? Anything but. Architectural gem. The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park's Lower Visitor Center is a marvel of structural engineering that took workers over 8 years to construct. What kind of bronchus has that much time for a gondola ride? That billboard is funny to me because there's already a place called Inner Space Caverns in Texas. Is it really? What is it, though? Inner Space Caverns, what is that? Is it, like, actual caves? The original concrete visitor center was forcefully installed down the surface in entry orifice in the 1970s, but in the late 1980s, work began to expand the capabilities of the facility by surrounding the original concrete core with a superstructure composed of acid-resistant glass and surgical-grade structural steel. This new facility would act as a central hub for all activities within the vast anatomy of the Mystery Flesh Pit, allowing park administrators to quickly and efficiently dispatch rangers and manage operations. Today, the Lower Visitor Center serves a key role in the guest satisfaction as well within the comfortable and secure architecture of the building, bringing even the most fearful guests back again and again. And this is what it looks like. Gantry truss extends to the surface entry orifice, so like this leads to up there. Additional cable lift racks used by cargo and emergency gondolas. Ascending gondola. Oh my god, you're in this tiny little thing! This is the gondola! That's how big this fucking thing is! X-ray antenna provides short-range broadcasting capabilities. Support cleats lubricated with anesthetic salve to avoid irritation. Oh, that's so kind of them to, you know, anesthetize the location where you stuck a giant fucking nail in it so that you could put this object down its gullet. Good job, guys. Support pylons absorb shock of muscle movements. You got a maintenance walkway right here. Dehumidifier. Gift shop. Control room. Around here. Giant natural cavern that was found in Texas sometime in like the 80s where they do tours and stuff. Oh, interesting. That's probably why the creator called it that. Some maintenance areas. Oh, here you got the Burger King right here. There's the Burger King. You've got like a few stores, a few shops here. Rigid steel structure resists muscle contractions. Reinforced trail access tunnel, so you can go to the trails via this way. And then right here, you have reinforced tunnel to amniotic thermal springs. This is the trail that leads you to the amniotic thermal springs. You got a museum and exhibit level right here. You got bathrooms right here. Terraced balconies. Provide spectacular views from within all levels of the visitor center. I get panoramic windows, so like it's all around. Medical center. Good thing there's a medical center. Motor pool, water reclamation plant. Picnic tables. Relaxation garden level. Food and retail concourse. Yeah, there it is. Hello, Chompy. How you doing? How you doing? Hello, hello. Directory. Maintenance on level 1. Maintenance on level 2. Executive offices. Yeah, so this is basically just like, passage to sand gullet and other gastric organs. Okay, so down below here, I guess. All right. So I guess this is like, kind of like just explaining what the lower visitor center is like and how it's constructed. If I remember correctly, they don't know how far the caverns go. Interesting. Well, I mean, you're always going to have people that are going to be like, I'm going to explore down this way. It's never been explored before. But it's like, that's how people die when cave diving and spelunking. They get stuck. All right, here we have photos of the April 1980 annexation, which brought the Mystery Flesh Pit into the U.S. National Park System. What exactly are we reading? This is the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park website. It is basically someone that did a bit of world building for fun, and it's just their project is essentially. It's an alternate universe type deal where there's a superorganism living within the Earth. It's a mystery whether or not it predates the Earth, if it grew within the Earth. If it, we don't know, but it exists underneath the Earth's crust, and we have decided to build a national park within the superorganism. It's really cool. It's a really cool project that this person made. It's really cool. Yeah, it's completely unrelated to SCP, but it's an SCP type of story. Yeah. If you want to have like something to associate it with, like to understand it better, think SCP. But this is completely apart from SCP. It has nothing to do with SCP at all. Photos of the April 1980 annexation, which brought the Mystery Flesh Pit into the U.S. National Park System. President Carter, near the end of his presidency, met with DOI and Anodyne personnel at the entry site itself to officially sign the proclamation. Below, an aerial photo of the pit and surrounding site captures the scale of work that took place from 1978 to 1981 to develop and improve the park's interior infrastructure. So I think this is the hole. That looks like the hole right here. Like the actual orifice, the entrance. Yeah. This is such a good photo bash. It's so well done, dude. That's great. Well done. April 17th, 1980, by the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Where, number 1845, April 17th, 1980, blah, blah, blah. Whereas there is located in Block 7C in western central Texas near the town of Gumption, a colossal subterranean organism of unknown origin and extraordinary proportions. And whereas beyond as yet mapped internal anatomy that has been explored, other vast chambers of unknown character and dimensions exist. And whereas these miles of work, I don't understand why it's written this way. I don't know what, like, government papers and proclamations are supposed to be written like, but I don't know why it's written like that. To me, this is hard to read. These miles of organic tissues contain unique wildlife, resources, and phenomena in such unusual number, size, and variety of figure as to make this a natural feature equal, if not superior, in both scientific and popular interest to any other known natural formation. And whereas it appears that the public interest would be promoted by reserving this natural wonder as a national park, together with as much land as may be needed for the protection not only of the known excavated entrance, but such other entrances as may be found. Makes it sound more official, easier to get things past people if they write it in the most exhausting way possible. Yeah, that makes sense. I think a government statement should look like a T-gossip WhatsApp message. Now, therefore, I, James Carter Jr., President of the United States of America, by authority of the power in me vested by Section 2 of the Act of Congress entitled An Act for the Preservation of American Antiquities, approved June 8th, 1906. 34 Stat 225, do proclaim that there is hereby reserved from all forms of appropriation under the public and land laws, subject to all valid existing claims and set apart as a national park to be known as the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, all that piece or parcel of land in the county of Gumption, state of Texas, shown upon the diagram, hereto annexed and made a part hereof, and more particularly described as follows. Lots 1 and 2, Section 31, Block 7C. It's fucking gibberish to me, man. It is so fucking gibberish to me. And I'm just like, hey, can you fucking write this in a way that the average person can get it? I don't know, just a thought. Warning is hereby expressly given to all unauthorized persons not to appropriate, injure, destroy, or remove any feature of this park and not to locate or settle upon any of the lands thereof. Legalese, it sucks. Yes, it's blech. My source, I have a government job, it's not fun. Yeah, yeah. There's a whole internal instructions and stuff that go over how to write paperwork and how to sound like a professional. Some of it hasn't been updated since 2013. It's hard to read. It's hard to follow, man. Like, it's, the director of the National Park Service, under the direction of the Secretary of the Interior, shall have the supervision, management, and control of this park as provided in the Act of Congress entitled An Act to Establish a National Park Service and for Other Purposes, approved August 25th, 1916, 39 Stat 535, and acts additional thereto or amendatory thereof. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done in the Permian Basin of West Texas, 22 miles south of the city of Gumption, this 17th day of April in the year of our Lord 1980. Thanks, James Carter Jr. Literal classes for writing this stuff, it's insane. Wild, dude. Wild. The fact that you have to take a class to understand English when you already understand English. It's like, yeah, you understand English, but take a class to understand this kind of English. It's like, okay. Oh, is it gonna be useful in a day-to-day way? No. Okay. Unfortunately, only the cover could be photographed, but these very large series of DOE reports seem to suggest a very intensive investigation into the feasibility of using nuclear weapons to kill the Permian Basin superorganism, and the conclusion seems to be a resounding no. They investigated the feasibility of using nuclear weapons to kill the Permian Basin. They were like, no. I think the only reason they said no was because they didn't want to use nuclear weapons on Texas. They probably, if it had been anywhere else, they probably would. But because it's in Texas, they're like, we kind of don't want to shit where we eat, you know? What kind of... That's probably the only reason why. If it had been anywhere else, they 1000% would have fucking launched a nuke or multiple on the superorganism. Legally sounds like that Bin Far commercial. Have you really been far even as decided to use even go want to? Oh yeah, yeah, it does sound like that. Yeah, all for nuking other places. But, oh, wait, it's on home territory? No, you can't use a nuclear weapon here. No. Raccoon City be like, yeah. Nukes on U.S. soil for anything other than testing is a big no. Yeah, exactly. Oh, shit. Oh, this is the video that someone mentioned. Hell yes. Okay. An overview presentation of the 1979 survey expedition into Mystery Flush Pit. All right, cool. Here it is. Someone mentioned it. Okay, let's pause. Let's pause our beautiful cave diving ambient sounds here, so that we may listen to this. All right, let's have a look-see here. Okay, I'm going to pause it so I can actually read here. In 1979, a mission was proposed to study and map the gross anatomical structure of the Permian Basin superorganism through a mannered vertical descent. This surveying expedition was a joint effort administered by the United States Department of the Interior in cooperation with the Soviet Academy of Sciences. I'm pausing it just in case I don't have enough time to actually read it, by the way. I'm just afraid of, like, running out of time and then it moves to the next slide. The 6-person expedition team, consisting of 3 American and 3 Soviet personnel, spent nearly 6 weeks in the depths of the superorganism conducting a wide battery of scientific observations and measurements. Despite tragedies and hardships faced by the crew during the mission, the wealth of information collected by the project has been instrumental in the fields of geobiology, bacteriobiology, material science, psychology, medicine, and material engineering. Background. The Permian Basin superorganism was discovered in 1973 by drilling crews who believed they had found an untapped aquifer. Oh my god, I can't. It just looks like a butthole. Excavation of a nearby sinkhole revealed a colossal living portal of flesh descending into the earth. Workers began referring to the orifice site as Mystery Flesh Pit. Imagine flying over Texas and just seeing a butthole. Over the next 3 years of 1973 to 1976, scattered exploration efforts slowly began to map and understand the large internal sections of the Permian Basin superorganism. So cool. This is so cool. You think people don't see a butthole? While widespread knowledge of and interest in the Permian Basin superorganism remained low within the general academic landscape of the Soviet Union at the time.
It's been a great 4 months. Love watching your stuff.
Revenant, thank you so friggin' much for 4 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that you've been having a good time. So glad. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you continue to enjoy. Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. It's been a great 4 months. Love watching your stuff. Sorry, no, wait. Hang on. What did Destin say? I step away for 2 minutes, too, and come back to a photo of a pulsating butthole. Hey, now. I think you imagine the pulsating. I think it was very static. Dr. Kazimir Vinogradov of the Soviet Academy of Science was a vocal proponent of study of the superorganism for its possible insights into the origins and early evolution of life. Also, yeah, I'm gonna hydrate. Give me a sec. Hydrate, everyone. It's time to hydrate. I did no such thing, at least not that can be proven. In December of 1977, the Soviet Academy of Sciences President Anatoly Alexandrov responded to U.S. Department of Interior Secretary Cecil B. Andrus' letter proposing a cooperative geobiological expedition, and there was subsequently a meeting between Dr. Vinogradov's team and members of the United States Department of the Interior to discuss technical details. Yeah, it's the video you were talking about. We got to it. It's there. Program objectives. Hydrate with alcohol? That is a dehydrator, not a hydrator, you silly. Broadly, the goal of the joint anatomical expedition was to expand a geobiological and venterial understanding of the Permian Basin superorganism, with the ultimate goal of lowering a human into the deepest extents of the organism. Aside from the prestige of being the first human beings to make such a deep journey, the partnership held the following objectives for the joint anatomical expedition in furtherance of its geobiology research. Do you think that they decided to, like, do this together so that they wouldn't have, like, the same, like, oh, you know, race to the moon type deal? They're like, hey, let's not race to the bottom of this thing. Let's do it together. Let's hold hands and enter the sphincter in Texas together. Race to the butthole. It's the most likely. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Nothing like brotherly love. Entering the superorganism butthole, hand in hand. Cute, neat idea. Expedition objectives. Precise determination of the anatomical structure throughout a vertical section of the Permian Basin superorganism. Expedition objectives. Bioseismic measurements from a deeper reference depth than any prior measurements. Distribution and diversity of parasitic fauna at both charted and uncharted depths. Engineering tests of equipment at great anatomical depths. Geobiological study of the exotic anatomy environment located in the deepest known extents of the superorganism. Determination of the effects of occult ventricular phenomena on human health and psychology. Key expedition personnel. Dr. Kazimir Vinogradov, Chief of Geophysical Research, Soviet Academy of Sciences, Geobiological Research Scientist, Expedition Commander. Although there has been historical disinterest among the scientific societies of the USSR in regards to geobiology, Dr. Vinogradov's early research into theoretical effects of geobiological activity upon surrounding rock strata has been instrumental in the development of early warning systems developed for the Permian Basin region. During the planning of the expedition, Dr. Vinogradov directly oversaw the development of the Coronet expedition vehicle. His primary research interest during the expedition was in conducting sonic and X-ray imaging of the deep anatomical structures of the superorganism. I like the 1920s news report voice. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think this expedition ended well. It was for science. It was for the progression of humanity. I don't fucking know, man. I make machine to detect earthquake. You thank me later. Colonel Nikolai Morozov, Field Engineer, Soviet Army Expedition Engineer. Colonel Nikolai Morozov is distinguished for his service throughout the USSR Antarctic program in a variety of roles involving hostile environment management. As a member of the Joint Anatomical Expedition, his duties involved maintaining the current vehicle and providing security logistics in the event of hostile wildlife encounters. I make things stop moving. You thank me later. Lieutenant Valeria Krishenko, pilot, Soviet Air Forces. Expedition vehicle pilot. Lieutenant Krishenko began her aviation career at 13 years old, flying rural parcel... What? 13 years old? Sorry. Rural parcel delivery before joining the Soviet Air Forces. After a rapid series of promotions, she became the youngest person in the program's history to be selected for the Soviet Cosmonaut Corps. Tragically, an ankle injury sustained during training forced her resignation from the program. She has since fulfilled a variety of roles within the sphere of vehicle testing and holds the record for the deepest hard-suit dive in the Arctic Ocean. She was selected by the Soviet Academy of Sciences to pilot the experimental exotic tissue excursion pod through the blue tissue layer and into the exotic anatomy itself. Oh my god! She's one of the people that went, oh my god! Okay, so this team are the ones that went like 19,000... Was it 19,000 meters or kilometer? Whatever. Almost 30,000 meters into this thing. "19 kilometers, yeah. Anime character. Couple's costume idea, 90,000 scientists in mystery flesh hole. James Slip and Jim. Why are the American ones the only ones that have weird fucking... Why is this guy... Why was he given a weird fucking... Okay, Slip and Jim. All right. Owner President Jackson Surveying. Because USA. America. Owner President Jackson Surveying LLC. Navigation Expedition Secondhand. Oh my god. Slippin' Jim. Because his Jim's like slipping. Slippin' Jim. Slipping into that sphincter. Wasn't he one of the park's founders? I think, yes! Oh my god, he was! He was Horse Clone. He was! Jesus Christ. Self-described as an adventurer and explorer, Mr. Jackson's early explorations of the Permian Basin superorganism provided much of the groundwork upon which all subsequent investigations have been based. Despite no formal or even discernible academic background, Mr. Jackson remains an undisputed expert on navigating the internal anatomy of the Permian Basin superorganism through what he attests is cowboy intuition. I hate this man. Cowboy intuition. Shut up, Slippin' Jim. Shut up. He knows them organism guts. Galtiero Ortiz, surveying engineer, Jackson Surveying LLC, surveying instrumentation engineer, expedition surveyor. Mr. Ortiz is a close associate of James Jackson, who began working with him from some 5 years before the discovery of the Permian Basin superorganism. As an aide to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Ortiz is a capable Venterial navigator and engineer, having designed many of the instruments used by pioneering explorers of the superorganism. During the surveying expedition, his oversight of the complex radiometric surveying instrumentation provided maps of an extraordinary clarity and detail which are still used by the National Park Service today. All these people look so normal. She looks like a model. Rachel Frost, PhD candidate, Chief of Venterial Research, University of Texas, Venterial Research Scientist, Expedition Medic. If they're still used today, but the park is closed. They're used for research because now it's like more of a containment facility and containment and research facility. So yes, the stuff is still being used today, but not for park. Not for the park. The park is closed. How much later is the stream going for? I might end at my usual time for about about an hour. But we will see. We will see. Yes, it is actually pee-pee time, guys. It's pee-pee time. I really got to piss because I've been drinking a lot of my my juice, my gamer juice. So break time. Break time. Go piss, girls.
It's pee-pee time.
It is pee-pee time. Thank you very much for that. Break time. Go get yourselves something to drink, something to eat, go piss, do what you gotta do, and we'll be back after the break. We'll be back after the break. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 moment. Where's the button? I have returned. Hide in the flesh pit? Please do not. Please do not. It is not necessary to hide. We are learning things today. We are learning. Thank you, thank you. Ah, I see you have removed my cat ears. I can put my witch hat back on. You received some calls from upper management. Wait, what happened? You guys have to leave the casino? Wait. Oh, no! Oh, no! Are they rigging? Oh, my God. They're cheating. All right, guys. Let us continue. Where are we at here? Okay. Let's see. Okay. The primary focus of her research during the expedition survey concentrated on evaluating possible effects of quartz mineral harmonics on general metabolic processes of the superorganism and conducting tests to determine neurocognitive capabilities of the superorganism. As a long-time, highly vocal critic of human activity within the superorganism, her inclusion in this expedition was possible only through recommendation by both Dr. Vinogradov and Mr. Jackson. She should have fought harder to not have more human activity inside it, honestly. Expedition outline. Chook's AI. I guarantee she's not AI. I'm pretty dang sure they have not used AI for any of this because everything that has been made is all Trevor Roberts doing like photo bashing and like Photoshop and all that stuff. He might have used like a stock photo of someone, or it might be a picture of someone that he knows. Area of interest, location of Permian Basin superorganism. Entry site. October 12th, 1979, Expedition Day 1. Coordinate vehicle is lowered into maw of entry orifice and affixed for crew arrival. Looks like a mashup of a bunch of different people kind of thing. Yeah. It could very easily be like a Photoshop type of thing. Oh my God, it looks like a butt plug. Primary expedition vehicle, coronet. Tether cable, atmospheric systems, batteries, viewing porthole. Ingress, egress, hatch, ladder, maneuvering armature, excursion pod, viewing porthole, fuel tanks, hydraulic ram, rotating drive head, steel drive threads. Oh my God! It's like a suppository, bro. Passage to the surface. Lower base camp facility. Okay, this is where the... oh my goodness. I think if I were better screw it, I fix it. Yeah, that's fine. It looks like this is where they put the lower visitor center. So this was the opening, goes all the way down here, and this goes all the way. This is where the lower visitor center can be found here. Interesting. October 12th, 1979, 3:51 p.m. CST, 480 meters below surface. Crew and expedition vehicle depart. Lower base camp facility. That's the top view. Okay, wait. Let's go back here. Expedition departure point. Okay, so this is the opening here. I guess this is where the visitor center is? ish, or is it around here? I think it's around here, and then they go down here. Oh my god, they went. Oh my god, they went in so fucking deep. Oh my god, look at this. Up here, top right. That is just this. This is just that. And they have all of this to explore. Oh my god. The expedition team continues the descent over the next 2 weeks, cataloging a variety of material samples while performing survey operations. I don't understand anything of what's being shown yet because it's you narrating it. I just can't stop listening. Your voice is captivating as usual. Oh, thank you, Mogeko. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We're just doing a deep dive on the mystery flesh pit. All of it is very fascinating. It's really cool. I love it. October 24th, 1979, Expedition Day 12. Crew reaches 10-kilometer depth milestone. Can we get an updated graphic? Oh my god. They've reached there. Oh god. 10 kilometers depth. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that is such a cool image. Holy frick, dude. October 30th, 1979. Expedition Day 18. Encounter with previously unobserved macroparasitic life form. Organism flees before extensive documentation is able to occur. I can't imagine how terrifying that must have been. Oh my god! No, you're fine. I know, it does not read like you're complaining at all, Mogeko. Not at all, not one bit. Thank you. They've encountered the prostate. I can't imagine how freaking terrifying that must have been. You're looking out of the porthole and like suddenly something alien looking just glides across like the window. November 8th, 1979, Expedition Day 27. Coordinate vehicle breaches the mesogliatic firmament chasm. An advanced base camp is established as preparations are made to begin blasting through a dense cartilaginous stratum plate at the base of the chasm. God, they spent almost an entire month in there. What? Why is it shaped like that? Reaches top of mesogliatic chasm. Why is it shaped like in a zigzag like that? And then they managed to dive all the way down to here. What the heck? November 13th, 1979, Expedition Day 31. With the blue tissue exposed through blasting, the excursion pod vehicle is slowly lowered down into the cut. Why are there lines that didn't connect to the main line? I don't know! Oh, they've reached the blue tissue. Okay, so the blue tissue... Excursion pod vehicle. Okay, so this is something that detaches from the main vehicle that they're all in. And the blue tissue, I think, is 1 or 2 layers before the exotic, anatomy that is not like any biology, that humans have ever seen. My internet went off for all. What happened? We are now watching a video that is still part of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park about an excursion that happened with, the US and Russia, and they are going as deep into the superorganism as they possibly can. Thanks for the recap. I'm back from my lesson. Yeah, so that's essentially what it is. That's what we're watching right now. So this is Russia and the US have teamed up to go as deep as they can into the superorganism. So this is like a pod vehicle that can detach from the main vehicle that they're a part of, and I guess it's just to try to excavate even further, possibly. Tether cable, roll cage, halogen lights, Pyrex canopy, sample containers, cable-driven manipulators, and ceramic encasement. Why ceramic? Why ceramic? The single-person excursion vehicle is piloted by Lieutenant Valeria Krashenko. After approximately 4 hours, the vehicle passes into an as-yet-unknown area of Permian Basin superorganism anatomy. Following a brief instrument calibration test, Lieutenant Krashenko reports her findings via radio. Interference in the transmission results in an incomplete message. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can totally read that. Guys, I regret my decision in coming down here. It's scary. I want out. Jesus Christ, why the fuck did I accept doing this? We're gonna die. We're gonna die. I don't know if that's what it actually says. Lieutenant Valeria Krashenko, 2:38 a.m. CST, November 13th, 1979. Someone confirm you. Oh, here we go. Shit, no, now you'll know that I'm a fraud. Okay, transmission transcript translated. Light, reflective and mixing, tessellation, movement of coarse tissue, prismatic behavior, becomes like a fractal. I will continue to collect a sample of the material. This translation is incorrect. Yours is spot on. Thank you. Close enough. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Yeah, if you want a link to it. Oh my god, I could probably I'll link to it afterward. I'll link to it. It's called Project Freefall, and it is on the YouTube channel of Mystery Flesh Pit National Park Historic Archive. There is a YouTube channel called Mystery Flesh Pit National Park Historic Archive. And this specific video is called Project Freefall, if you want to look it up. It's also on the blog. It's also on the website. Thank you, Masidan. Thank you. Oh, that looks cool. Photoplate of exotic and anatomical environment. Recovered from excursion pod vehicle on board imaging system. That looks so cool. Thank you, Miku. Thank you. Exotic anatomy sample recovered from excursion vehicle on board material sample collected rack. That is sick. Oh my god. After spending 5 minutes within the exotic anatomy, the excursion pod vehicle begins an automatic ascent upward through the blue tissue. During this time, transmission interference prevents radio contact between pilot and the coronate vehicle. Almost looks like what you'd expect to see between realities. Yes! Correct! We've reached the skin, haven't we? We've reached the exotic tissue. The blue tissue. At approximately 4:51 a.m. CST, a sharp tensile force is observed by the coronet crew on the cables pulling up the excursion pod vehicle. A general alarm signal originating from the excursion pod vehicle is recorded. Pod ascent operations continue at an increased pace. Ascending too quickly might give you that weird, pressure sickness or whatever. At 6:02 a.m. CST, the excursion pod vehicle surfaces from the blue tissue cut and is hoisted upward via attachment cables. They're underwater, but, well, they're pretty... No, they're not underwater, but they're pretty fucking deep into like a weird superorganism, so. Though the onboard instrumentation is intact, the Pyrex canopy has been shattered inward. The pilot is absent with the exception of trace amounts of human blood located on the canopy shards. A search is deemed impossible without an operational blue tissue-capable vehicle. Lieutenant Krashenko is presumed dead. Something in there went inside the pod and pulled her out. And people go here, you couldn't pay me enough. The thing is, this is the only team that has gone this deep. The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park was much, much higher. No one could actually go down to this depth where she went and then was pulled out of her pod. But yeah, maybe she shattered it herself. It says here that the Pyrex canopy has been shattered inward. So shattered inward, I think it's like something from the outside broke in, I think, is what that's how I understand. Shattered inward means pushed in, I think. It probably didn't reveal this part. Oh, probably not. No, absolutely not. This was something that they kept to themselves, for sure. A single photo was recovered from the excursion vehicle onboard imaging system. Dated to mere moments before the tensile load event, the photograph depicts an unknown organism approximately 500 meters in width floating within the blue tissue layer. Judging from the intense damage to the excursion pod vehicle, it is determined that an attack by this unknown organism was the probable cause of Lieutenant Krashenko's death. I can't wait to see what that looks like. No, that is horrifying. That is horrifying. That is absolutely horrifying. It looks like hair, but it's not. Oh my god. It's so alien looking. So alien looking. Oh my god. It's fine, Alfie. I didn't want to sleep tonight anyway. A decision is made by the remaining Coronet crew to abandon any additional survey activities and begin to return journey back to the surface. Aided by a series of cleating stations installed during the prior descent, the ascent voyage is completed in 22 days without major incident. Looks like my friend's cat's hairball. It coughed up. God. One of those Japanese hair demons. Evil hair. It's horrifying. It looks absolutely incomprehensible. Oh, that was a really, really cool creature. That was really cool. On December 6th, 1979, the Coronet vehicle and crew arrive at the lower base camp facility. Ah, so cool. Conclusion. The enormous expense of the program, as well as the death of Lieutenant Krashenko, persuades the Soviet Academy of Sciences to discontinue any future activities involving the Permian Basin superorganism. Ah, but the U.S. decided, let's make a national park out of this. We're just not going to go down into the blue tissue. Despite this, the project is considered a diplomatic and scientific success. The results of the expedition are used to justify the absorption of the site into federal control as the Permian Basin Superorganism Natural Preserve, though it will eventually become known by the public as the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Capitalism, yes. Money, yes. End of presentation. Fantastic. Well done. Holy cannoli. So yeah, because of the dangers of going down into the exotic matter or exotic anatomy, we just have not gone past that. Understandably. So, everything past the blue tissue, is no longer resembles any form of, like, anatomy that we know as humans. And so, it's all very alien. It's all very, very alien past the blue tissue. This happened in the height of the Cold War, so the Soviet Union was probably already very foot behind with that partnership. Yeah. Soviet Union had the right idea deciding not to go up Satan's butthole. Yes. So will all of that be on the test? Or no. Do not worry, you will not be tested on this. There will be no exams, guys. This is purely for fun. I will not be doing an exam on this. So this is Slippin' Jim Jackson. A mysterious pit and the man who found it. Dallas Morning News. The only presentation I will willingly attend, yeah. Everybody, please watch your step as you're getting out of the elevator, announced Jim Jackson. The last thing we want is for you to hurt yourself on your first step in. Jim is the first explorer and the head guide of perhaps the strangest natural attraction in the Western Hemisphere, the Mystery Flesh Pit of West Central Texas. Classy photo of Slippin' Jim. Yeah, look at him. Look at this man with his freaking cancer stick just sticking out of his mouth. We had ascended what must have been several thousand feet down in a great funnel-like pit, the natural opening to the immense organic caverns. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Upward was a rim of yellow cliffs and a splotch of turquoise sky. Downward was the flesh, eternal darkness, and a deep rumbling. The elevator gate slid open and the crowd passed into a... Oh, wait, my cave sounds, my ambient sounds. There we go. Ah, much better. There we go. Now that's a Texas man. Thank you for head pats. Thank you. Did I make fun of Slippin' Jim? That man is a Texas treasure. The elevator gate slid open and the crowd passed into a metal platform suspended in a great, dark, organic cavity. The gate closed and was locked with an enormous click. We were severed from the world, with our destinies weighing on Slippin' Jim Jackson and his staff of guides. An excursion of wonder and terror, nightmare realms and ghostly monsters, giant arteries, skyscraper muscles, and pits of hell. 4 hours of which brought us to rest in the huge chambers of the immense organism. We're 3 miles back and 2,840 feet below the surface, remarked the explorer as he lit a cigarette that began to softly illuminate his weathered face. Of course, we could go down nearly another 2,000 and maybe keep going, but... Before he could finish, an electrical arc burst into a vivid white light like a prolonged flash of lightning between 2 large transformer terminals. Love your narration. Thank you! Thank you. Our voices are okay. Should I hold off? I would hold off on voices because I'm going to... I'm like already doing narrating and doing voices for the people in here. Okay. The ozone cloud dissolved and we saw the mottled ceiling high above and the restrained lung-like walls standing far apart. A jolt of electricity concluded and once more depressing darkness closed in close around the clutter of lanterns. A routine relay switching, we were assured. An engineer working nearby tells us that routing power down here is quite the puzzle. How did you ever manage to find your way down here? I asked our guide. Me and the old Ortiz, Jim answered. We're swallowed down here using a modified diving bell. We had it tied off to a platform up top with cables and hoses. By the time we came to a rest, we were here in the gullet. With a powerful flashlight, the path had been pointed out as the great ring-like hole 100 feet overhead and several dozen feet in diameter through which the cables and track of the elevator had now been affixed. Coming back out climbing the cable, continued Jim. I was kind of scared for Ortiz because along toward the top he slipped and got a fistful of some slime. We had 2 ropes hanging side by side. On one, we would pull ourselves up a foot or 2 at a time, and at the same time, the fellows helping us on top would jerk up the slack in the one that was tied to us. We made it back out without a scratch. But, he added, before either of us topped out, we were both mighty near all in. And if it had been another yard or 2, I guess we would be down here still. James Jackson is not the explorer with the pith helmet, tight-legged pants, and horn-rimmed glasses, but a genuine article of cowboy tradition with an astronaut's flair. There is a difference between the highbrow explorer with money and prestige as speedsters to fame, and the prowess of the pioneer who blazes the way over new horizons with just nothing save a step that is true and a light in his eye that knows no fear. There was no crowd of reporters to hang on Jim's every word. He had failed in his purpose. There would have been none of the soothing ointment of consolation that comes to explorers of position in the shape of victorious defeat when they do not succeed. Had Jim been killed, he would not have been a national martyr in the cause of science, but just a damned fool. He did succeed, though, and the hats are... You're getting granny vibes? Off to him. He was a sturdy, lean figure with a showman's disposition, wearing a Stetson hat, a suede sports jacket, and tan leather boots. Down in the land of the unreal, of winding organs and gloom, he stood confidently on the fleshy ground in the manner of the men of the range country. And while he deftly rolled cigarettes, he glanced back over the vista of his life and recounted with little concern experiences that would lay the basis for a great science fiction odyssey. It was learned that a mining company had conducted extensive operations in reinforcing and developing these sections of the pit so as to make it a habitable place for regular persons. Said Jim, 2 years ago we lodged the first steel stent into the tissue to build these paths. We'd never bite off more than we could chew, was their maxim. Only a little at a time did they explore, and when known landmarks became firmly fixed in mind, they would push on further. In the early part of our visit, we had followed a safe zigzag trail through a gruesome pit, 200 feet deep, aptly called the Septum Falls. The walls were so precipitous and irregular that the first attempts with no trail and without knowing what lay ahead must have been a horror. Honestly, at all times, I want to hear Alphena, but I'm a degenerate who's always tired from work. Fair. Yeah, have a good night, Miku. Sleep well. Sleep well. That was the hardest part of the whole thing, Jim declared. Finally made it across the falls, and before I went on, I made 5 or 6 trips across trying to find a better way. We had next followed for several blocks through a colossal hall whose ceiling often rose so high as to be out of range of even the pocket searchlights. The official survey found the height to be around 300 feet, a ceiling high enough under which to stand a fair-sized skyscraper. Along there, Jim related, we just kind of felt our way as we went. I didn't think much about danger until a mile back we ran across the skeleton of some queer thing, like a sick mermaid or monster. That nearly soured the whole business with the crew, for a while at least. I thought I'd cut it all out and say I'd seen enough, but all of a sudden I just went on and I found Thor's ribcage. What is known as Thor's ribcage was another enormous chasm of ribbed flesh walls which ebb and flow with some manner of regularity, giving the overall impression of being a chest cavity of this gigantic being. For a long time, I thought the ribcage was as far as it went, but one day, while back there, we climbed up a steep fall into that opening and followed it till it quit. And there were the pleasure domes. We spent a night and a part of 2 days wandering around up there, like being turned loose out in a canyon pasture on the long dark night with only these electric torches for lights. During that time, we started cutting open these sacks and checking out the goop inside. Mighty weird. But how did you keep from getting lost? I asked. With this, Jim replied, taking a bundle of cable line out of his satchel bag. We had to stay tethered to our air supply in those early days, and those tubes and these cables kept us from getting too far from wherever we had set up a station. Then I hit on the idea of taking people through the pit and show them the sights, but I never expected to see such a crowd as all of this. Waving a hand at the throng. We had entered the bowels of this underworld by a tediously long but safe steel passageway. According to many of Jim's staff, this is the way deluxe, as compared with the perils of old trails. Yeah, have a good night, Marksman. Thank you so much for coming. Have a good night, sleep well. Good dreams to you. Having seen a cat-sized louse of some kind scamper across a flesh fold into an orifice, I inquired, "So, there's life down here, then?" "Yes, and it's just as fantastical as the pit itself. Mighty dangerous, but they skitter easily and don't like to pay us much mind." As Jim said this, he reassuringly patted his hand against the oversized firearm he carried on his belt. What was the closest call you've ever had? "Once, when we were first setting up some gas generator stations, I was carrying some kerosene oil in a gunny sack slung over my shoulder. The oil sprung a leak. Walking just behind me was a fella carrying a lit flare. Next thing I knew, the man let that torch touch the rack, and my pack started going up in flames, and me tied to it. I had a hell of a time breaking loose from the pack, but I didn't get burnt too much." It was time to start back out, and the crowd began to move. "Hey now," Jim called to a group that had started on. "You're going the wrong direction. Back the other way. You see," he added, "how easy it is to get turned around. Who can tell which way is north?" As many guessed one way as another, and we fully realized the satisfying feeling of safety in having such men as these guides who know the pit like the pocket in a shirt. At last, upon the surface, the sinking sun was spreading a panorama in cerise and purple across the heavens. Following Jim, the waiting cars slipped away, one at a time, through the shadows into the desert, back to town. Gumption, the starting and ending point where we left our pilot of the underground to be picked up by the next party with the same curious ideas and funny questions. Christopher Benham is a Dallas travel consultant and writer and regular contributor to the Dallas Morning News. Secrecy surrounding NASA Venus probe mission sparks intense speculation in conspiracy circles. Good article. Heck yeah. What's this here? The dark and constantly shifting interior of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park has been a formidable challenge to navigation since its discovery. You haven't slept for 6 hours? So you woke up 6 hours ago? If what I'm understanding is. That sounds normal. I mean, that sounds fine. Tethered explorations early in the history of the park mitigated this problem, but more comprehensive surveys eventually required a novel solution. By using a standard magnetic compass in combination with a barometer, a directional bearing and relative depth within the organism can be obtained. Of course, these two items of information are alone insufficient and require a small assortment of other physical and chemical orienteering solutions to effectively navigate within the superorganism. Still, devices similar to the anodyne-produced unit photographed here have been and continue to be invaluable basic tools for park rangers, engineers, and technicians who need to know where they are within the park. Okay, so here we have another diagram of the pit. Profile survey is one of the many examples produced early in the development of the Mystery Flesh Pit. The new Jackson survey, conducted by surveyor James Slip and Jim Jackson, combined many prior smaller surveys with new biospeleological data obtained by Jackson's team. Notably, Jackson's surveying expedition marked the discovery of such features as the Fondue Village, the Kime Bladder, and the Pleasure Domes. Missing from this early survey are deeper portions of the pit anatomy, such as the Gift Gardens and copepod barrows, as these sections would remain inaccessible until the introduction of the Grumman IAV in 1978. This survey was printed in several national publications and was a primary piece of marketing information until an updated computer-aided survey was conducted in 1980. Yeah, there's a place called Fondue Village, but I genuinely do not know why it's called that. So this is bone, this is bone, this is bone. Septum Falls is right here. Thor's Ribcage is right here. You got the Oyster's Shame, Sand Gullet. Fondue Village is right here. No clue what's in there. I wouldn't touch it, personally. I would not. Because of the fondue. I don't know if yeah, I mean, sure. Because, like, okay, look. You've got Mucus Crypts right here. And it's connected to the Fondue Village. What if it's like a fucking nasal cavity or something? What if it's just like sputum and phlegm? I wouldn't touch that. Amniotic ballast, bulbs, aka the pleasure domes. This is the pleasure domes right here. Oh, they're much higher than I thought. I thought they were a bit lower, but I guess not. You have, yeah, God's Mistake right here. Northern Surveying Extent, Chyme Bladder. Upper Moisture Crop. Pleasure Domestic? Pleasure Dome. Pleasure Domes. Basically, they're a bunch of, like, pools, I guess. Like, kind of like thermal springs, but it's all amniotic fluid. And, Karamba!
Boop.
Yo! Oh my goodness! 1 whole year! Thank you! Thank you so, so much! I really appreciate it. Thank you. Resubscribe for 12 months at tier. Thank you so much! Thank you, Karamba. Thank you. I really appreciate it. God's Mistake is a banger-ass name. It really is. It's really... Thor's Ribcage is cool. God's Mistake is cool. I don't know. A lot of these names are really cool. It's very neat. There he is. Slippin' Jim. Depending on who you talk to, James Jackson was either a con man, a genius, a degenerate gambler, a reincarnated shaman from ages past, or some combination of all four. Jim, as his friends and detractors call him, was a strange man. He was a self-educated thinker who was absolutely convinced that he was possessed of talents that approached the supernatural. May have been right. In the history of American enterprise, there was no one quite like Jim Jackson. So it's a womb. Why is it called the Pleasure Dome? Because of the aphrodisiac effects. Aphrodisiac-like effects that the fluid would cause. When they were undiluted, when the fluid was undiluted, people would experience, like, they would have, like, psychosexual experiences. And there was one called the libido bath, where people could go and have group activities. So yeah. Because it was, yeah. Like an aphrodisiac, yeah. His overall demeanor and presentation to all who interacted with him was that of a self-styled cowboy. He wore ostrich leather boots, always had Marlboro cigarette in his mouth, and owned a 10-gallon hat in every color in the catalog, and spoke with a drawl so thick that he could easily be mistaken for a man out of time. Team bonding exercises, group activities. Yeah, exactly. Physical training. This man, who came to embody every myth of the Western oilman and whose exploits would someday captivate a nation, had not stepped foot in Texas until his 20th birthday. He never made a dime from oil. Jim was born in Boston. Oh my God, he's a fraud. Jim was born in Boston on July 16th, 1945, at the exact instant that the first atomic bomb was detonated 2,000 miles away in New Mexico. Yep. Mecha Throngler, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Void. LARPer, yeah, exactly. He was the youngest of 4 children to Walter and Evelyn Jackson. Evelyn was a classically trained stage actress who came from old money, tied up in real estate in the Northeast. Walter was a prolific and brilliant chemist who directed a research group for Bell Telephone Laboratories. During the war, Walter's team was instrumental in developing the membranes necessary for gas diffusion method of enriching uranium for the Manhattan Project. Walter moved his family from Boston to San Jose, California in 1949 to partner with one of his former colleagues in founding a new applied science company. He's from Harvard Yard. Makes sense for being called con man. Yeah, exactly. Nope, not a real Texan, exactly. This new venture, Allied Micromaterials Corporation, would become one of the pioneering institutions in the development of semiconductors and later transistors. Contacts Walter had maintained in the Defense Department led to Allied receiving a contract to manufacture guidance systems for a new range of ICBM missiles, and by the middle of the 1950s, Walter was a very wealthy man. As a boy, Jim was bright, but had no patience for school. On several occasions, he was found cutting class to wander along a creek that ran through the family's estate. The land had been an apricot orchard before being purchased by his father, and a young Jim spent every spare minute he could find playing cowboy in the pastoral grove of trees. His patient mother indulged his fantasies and sent him to dude ranches and paid for horse riding lessons in the hopes it might instill a sense of discipline. By Jim's 16th birthday, he was showing signs of restlessness in the rapidly urbanizing Californian environment and entered into frequent arguments with his exasperated father. Thank you for the stretch, everyone. Please stretch. Dude ranch. He was sent to a dude ranch. I don't exactly know what that means, but yeah. I don't know what a dude ranch is. Hang on. I feel like I've heard that term before, but I genuinely do not know what it means. What is a dude ranch? Why do they call them dude ranch? Because it caters to dudes? Oh my god. Accommodations in a dude ranch are usually comfortable lodges or cabins. Guest ranches, on the other hand, offer a more ranch atmosphere. But okay. So it's like when you go glamping. It's like glamping. It's not camping. It's glamping. More like it's in that same way. So dude ranch is like, it's like going to a ranch, but for people who don't actually want to go hang out in a barn. Yeah, glamping. Glamping is like instead of going out in a tent. Instead of going to, like, camp in a tent, you go camp in a cabin or something. It's a fake ranch. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. When he told Walter that he had no interest in attending college and instead mentioned the then escalating conflict in Vietnam, his father shouted him down. Angry but determined, 17-year-old Jim walked to an army recruitment station the very next morning. It was of no use, however. Oh my god. Hello, Kimmy. Hello, welcome in. Or you bring a fully stocked RV. Yeah, that too. That is also glamping. It's also how people with money sleep at music festivals, essentially. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Though through Walter's many ties to the U.S. defense industry, it was essentially guaranteed that Jim... the mystery flesh pit my friend keeps talking about. This, yes, we're going through the mystery flesh pit. Correct. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming there's only one mystery flesh pit. I think. But yes. That Jim would never seek combat. For the young man who yearned to see the world and longed for an adventure to break the monotony of his sheltered upbringing, this was the final straw. The one in Texas? Correct. This is the one in Texas. The one right outside of Gumption, Texas. What if there's another one in the other side of the world? See, that's the thing. We don't know. Well, see, we haven't gone through the entirety of the blog here for the Mystery Flesh Pit, but at this point in time, as far as we have read, we are not aware if there are other superorganisms elsewhere in the world. There might be, but we do not know about it. We don't know about it. This is the one that we have actually excavated and researched. But the farther we read, maybe we'll see more. Maybe we'll find more. But we haven't gotten to that point yet in the blog, in the lore of the world building. On a spring day in 1962, James Jackson packed a small bag and left home. From San Jose, he took a train to Carson City, Nevada, with the intent of finding work at one of the horse ranches from his childhood. When he arrived, a new subdivision had taken its place, with any traces of the ranches long gone. For 2 months, he washed dishes in a casino buffet in Reno to pay for accrued gambling debts. From Nevada, he hitchhiked to Idaho, where he cut onions for 80 cents a day until the winter season forced him to move on. For 3 years, he stumbled from job to job, lumberjacking in Washington state, fitting irrigation pipes in Arizona, welding in Alaska, mining molybdenum in Colorado, and eventually working as a roughneck in an oil field outside of Odessa, Texas. These 3 years had hardened young Jim, and for the first time, he felt at home among the wildcatters and oilmen in the dust and sun of West Texas. Fleshpit may or may not still be an infant, by the way. I think I remember that being mentioned early on, but we'll get to it. I'm gonna read through the entirety of the blog, and if there's mention of that later, we'll get to it when we get there. Is she reading SCPs? No. I am reading Mystery Fleshpit National Park. Contrary to popular belief, it is not an SCP. It is its own thing. It is world building by one guy. Time to start digging up China to find another planet, but God. Yeah, we have no idea of their lifespan. Yeah, exactly. Unless that's something that we find out later on, but yeah. The challenge of the work invigorated him. The harsh conditions of the desert inspired him. The boom-bust cycle of the petroleum industry, however, did little to help secure the human needs of food and shelter. The men who made the real money on the drilling sites, Jim had noticed, were geologists. Those who only found the oil and didn't stick around to do the hard work of pulling it out of the ground. Jim was charismatic, and it wasn't long before he found work as an assistant for a local surveying office and began to learn the fine art of finding things underground. Yeah, no, it's not an SCP. He was almost ready to settle down when he received a call from home. His father had suffered an intracranial aneurysm and had died before emergency medical treatment could be administered. For the first time in years, he went home. In the days after Walter's funeral, Jim was forced to confront his future. Jim was 20 and with little occupational prospects, but now had a $25,000 inheritance. Enough in 1965 to get into nearly any business he wanted. He knew he still didn't have the patience for college, and he had already figuratively gone west. Out of either a feeling of guilt or a desire to not cause any further trouble to his family in California, he returned to Texas with the goal of finally striking out on his own. By 1973, James Jackson was a man who, at least on the surface, betrayed no insecurities about his expertise. He exuded confidence and, after a few lucky breaks locating petroleum where none was thought to have existed, was billed as a guru of the underground. A small office was leased in Midland, a clerk, and eventually a geologist. A few engineers and surveyors were hired. For a short time, it was a mundane but generally honest living. What he lacked in experience as the chief of the small firm, he more than made up for in the energy and zeal he brought to every job he undertook. He detested office work and would personally show up to every site, rain or shine, with the enthusiasm and showmanship of a circus ringmaster. The job for Dale Whitmer was no exception. Cool. What is it? Okay, these are more... Oh, these are more letters. These are more letters. Hell yeah, dude. All right. August 24th, 1973. Dear Colton, things are really starting to take off down here. At around 3 or so last night, we broke a new depth record of 1,800 feet vertical descent from the maw. It's a damn shame you and the other folks are so spooked by this pit. To be down here, down there in it really is something else. Now, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying it's easy. God almighty, it's tough going, getting around down inside its gullet and such. A man's got to have an iron constitution or a mighty thick skull, and lucky me, the good Lord has seen fit to bless me with both. Some of the boys here have rigged up scuba gear, and we've been able to squeeze around down there with some effort. Giant muscles, giant bones, innards so big you could drive a trailer truck through. Strange critters scuttling around in the dark down there too. Big bugs and germs and worms and other queer things that you wouldn't believe. Some kind of crab thing the size of a coyote crept out a week and a half ago, and we caught it crawling around the feed trailer. Very weird writing style. Like, he's sticking on the lines here all of this has the same, relatively the same size of, not really, because here it's smaller, here it's a bit bigger. Here it's fine, here it's fine. Here it's starting to go diagonal, then it goes diagonal. Here he cuts through like one of the lines completely. Here as well, and then he starts kind of getting back on track with the lines, and here he starts writing super tiny. Really weird writing patterns here. Oh, he's an artist. Look at that. I got a good look at it before one of Dale's boys shot at it and scared it away. We had the funeral for the third roustabout to pass away this month on, We had the funeral for the third roustabout to pass away this month on Tuesday. The papers are already talking gossip more than I like, and I'm hopeful that Bill and the other attorneys can keep the vultures and feds at bay. People don't understand until they've seen it and been down inside it, Colton. We're pioneers and explorers here. This is good work. This is God's work. You wouldn't write much better if you were miles deep into Satan's urethra. I think that this is... He wrote this, I think, maybe... after he had come back out, because this is on like motel paper. I don't know. Nobody knows what this mystery pit is or what it eats or how long it's been here. We need some guys with real smarts, not oilmen. Doctors, scientists, good decent folks who would have nothing to do with would have nothing to do with this. I'm mighty glad that you've taken responsibility for holding down the fort back home while I'm out here playing cowboy. Oh no, I guess he is down there, yeah. You're a good man, Colton. Kind of quality individual that they don't make anymore. Maybe I'm hoping I can find some of that goodness myself someday. Maybe down in the belly of this beast. Give Samantha and the baby my regards. Jim Jackson. Yes, there's a company out of Fort Worth that I've called up to help with the exploration. I attached their card to this letter. Give their geologist a call and let them know the details. I'm told they're very good at what they do. Ah, okay. And this is where they reached out to Anodyne, and then Anodyne came in. Got it. Oh, and here you have a detailed illustration of major parasitic fauna. Yes. Oh my god, cool. Oh my god, cool. Yep, he started it all. Slippin' Jim. So here you have a bone mite. This one doesn't even have a H macro. Okay, these are okay. Hang on. There's like letters here, and it probably is linked to something else. Gastric bristleworm, which is this thing, I guess. Ugh. Oh, this is the amorphous shame that we saw earlier. It used to be like a creature from outside, and then it turned into whatever the fuck this is. You got stinging triocanth right here. Lesser copepod. We've seen the copepods here. Macrobacterium. Yeah, it used to be like a weasel, yeah. This is a abyssal copepod. This looks huge. It looks massive. Gangliotoad. Shrieking cloistropod. Yuck. Greater ballast. Oh, this is what the ballast siren looks like. So it's not humanoid at all. This thing isn't humanoid at all. The sirens aren't like humanoid. They look like jellyfish. The copepod has very human hands. Yes, it does. It has 4 fingers and what looks like a thumb, I guess. Very gross. This is weird. The Venus Shamble. I don't like this. This looks gross. Abyssal copepod looks awesome. It does look awesome. I love how this is a very clearly photobashed, like, creature. It's very cool. Super duper cool. This chart and many others like it were produced by the Park Service as an educational tool for use in classrooms, museums, and universities. Popular among natural history enthusiasts, the illustration featured on these posters were the result of intensive expeditions and surveys into the mystery flesh pit. While visitors are almost certain to encounter common fauna, such as the myriad of macrobacteria subspecies, many organisms such as the Venus Shamble and abyssal copepod tend to evade trails in high-traffic areas, making them difficult to spot. As a practice tool, these illustrations were useful in training wildlife management rangers in proper firearm techniques for safety dispatching a dangerous organism. For this reason, the designers of this and other charts attempted to represent the scale of the organisms in relation to each other as accurately as possible. Okay. I would like to see what the size of a human... I think the lesser copepods were, like, almost, like, human-sized, I think, if I remember correctly. So these are pretty freaking massive. Like, they're huge, huge. Like, I feel like I remember the lesser copepod being as tall as a human. This thing here. So this is huge. This is huge. This is fucking monstrous. I hate this. Oh my god. Yes, this is a bus. I want this vehicle. I love these. Oh. Volkswagen bus. Love it. I love this. Okay, anyway. Gateway to the Permian Basin superorganism. Welcome to Gumption. The screaming ballsack. Hey, taste the Coke Heartthrob sensation. Coke Heartthrob was first introduced on Valentine's Day in 1985 as a limited promotion. But sold so well over the summer that Coca-Cola added it to their primary beverage roster in 1986. The defining ingredient in Coke Heartthrob was, of course, amniotic ballast harvested from special glands deep within the mystery flesh pit. The potent aphrodisiacal properties of amniotic ballast were diminished by heavily diluting the chemical before adding it to the beverage, but Coke Heartthrob still developed a notorious reputation for its unusual intoxicating effects. The taste of Coke Heartthrob was described as syrupy sweet with hints of amaretto and rosewater, and the beverage had a light pheromonal scent similar to perfume. A combination of increasing extraction costs after the 2007 tragedy, as well as changing cultural attitudes, ultimately saw the decline of Coke Heartthrob sales until the Coca-Cola Company decided to discontinue the beverage in 2011. Oh shit! What the heck? Are we already... Aw, man. It's already 11 o'clock? Aren't those intoxicating effects sourced from cocaine itself? I don't know, actually. Fuck. Only cans? Oh my god, yes! I remember reading about that, Mogeko. Okay. So we're at this point here. I'm actually curious. Let me see where we're at now. We have reached... Okay, I think we're gonna have maybe one more stream. Because we're reaching the end. So we're gonna have one more stream, guys. We're at this specific spot here. We're at this spot. And we have just a few posts left. So yeah. So one more stream of Mystery Flesh Pit, guys. Your voice is doing well tonight, too, for how much you've read. I think it helped that there was, like, a 10-minute video. Oh, but I guess I read some of the 10-minute video, but yeah. But yeah. Ah, I love this. I love Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. It's so good. God damn. God damn. Okay, I'm going to pause the cave sounds. We're going to head on back. We have ads starting soon, but don't worry, I'm not going to raid out until we're back from ads. Do not worry yourselves, everyone. Do not worry. We're only gonna raid out once you're back from ads. It's such great world building, dude. It's such great world building. It is freaking awesome. I'm so excited to, like, read the rest of this. I'm really, really excited to read the rest of this because, my gosh, is this a fan-freaking-tastic, like, series? I guess? I don't know if I'd call it a series. It's just a really cool project. It's just a really cool project. Setting, world building project. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for reading to us about the terrifying superorganism. My pleasure. Is your voice okay, though? Yeah, my voice is going to be fine. My voice is fine. I've been doing this for like 3 streams now. Not back to back, but like I give my voice a rest. I typically go to sleep after streaming anyway on weekdays. So my voice gets plenty of rest. I'm going to drink a lot of fluids. I'm going to go get some sleep, and my voice will be a-okay after today. Do not worry. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, everyone. Please take a sippy. Ah, yes. Please sit up straight. And thank you for the stretch. Everyone, please stretch. Does that mean we have to pour the amniotic fluid back out? I mean, ideally, yeah, probably. You're drinking it? Okay, good luck. You have 66,600 void sprites. Nice. Please report back on the effects of that, Schlippy. If you're drinking the amniotic fluid, let us know how it feels. I mean, we kind of already know, like, the reports have been documented and they say what happens, ow, when you do, but yeah. Where's the music? Here it is. It was muted! No! There's the music, guys. There it be. Slight scuff, just a little bit of scuff. It's okay, professional streamer. Welcome back from ads, everyone! Welcome back from ads. I did not want to leave until you were all out of ad hell. Oh, so welcome back, everybody. Thank you for stream tonight, Alfie. Get some good rest, and can it be Wednesday already for next stream? Well, tomorrow, guys, it's not on the schedule. I will not be live on my channel, but I will be collabing with Grimmy, Ginji, and Lone Star Colt. We're gonna be reading some fan fiction, some crazy, silly fan fiction. I think it's gonna be Resident Evil related. Yeah, we're reading fanfics. Yes. I love your bat. Oh, thank you so much, Spicy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Of what? Of who? I don't know yet. When is that collab? It is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern? I think it's 7 p.m. Eastern. Let me quickly check. Give me a sec here. I will confirm very quickly. Yes, 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I will announce it in my Discord. If you guys are part of the Discord, I will make the announcement. And you guys will be informed as to where it is. Will it be Victor Leon fanfics? I don't know. It is a mystery. I think Lone Star Colt is going to be finding some fanfics, and we're going to be collaborating on reading them. They're going to be shorter fanfics. They're going to be shorter fanfics. So I don't think that they're shippy fanfics, but you know, it is a mystery. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, so tomorrow I'm not streaming on my channel. But I will be collabing with a few other people, and they'll probably be live on their channel tomorrow. But I will be live on Wednesday on my channel, and we're, I believe, going to be playing Fear and Hunger Termina. We're going to be doing Fear and Hunger Termina on Wednesday over here. Then on Thursday, we are going to be playing Act 2 of Crime Scene Cleaner, and I'm very excited for that. And finally, on Saturday, we will be continuing. Oh yeah, Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator, and I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm so excited for Crime Scene. This is gonna be a fun week, guys. It's gonna be a very fun week. Very excited. This week is going to be, it's chock full of very fun streams. Very fun streams, very fun times. But yeah, let's go see who we can raid into today. Let's see. Yeah, very stacked week. Yes, our Voidio store. Thanks for the flesh fun. Have a good night. Yes, you have a good night too. Have a great night. If you want to stick around, I will send you all to... Let's see, who are we sending people to today? Oh, yes! Nayo is playing Resident Evil 4. We're gonna go see Nayo. Yes, baby, yes! Yes, baby, yes! She's taking a break right now, but I'm totally fine with raiding in while she's on break. I freaking love Nayo, dude. I love Nayo. Okay. Yeah, raids during breaks are fun. Exactly. All right, here we go. Here we go, everyone. The raid is up. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. This has been a blast. Thank you for joining us on another Mystery Flesh Pit Deep Dive. The next deep dive, and probably the final one, we're nearing the end of the Mystery Flesh Pit Deep Dive, will probably be next Monday. But, of course, I will be here on Wednesday for some Fear and Hunger. So I will see you guys then. Join the Discord, everyone, for announcements for movie nights monthly. We have monthly movie nights. And yeah, and what have you. And I'll see you all soon. Until then, I hope you guys stay hydrated. Remember to eat well, sleep well, brush your teeth, and I hope you all have good dreams. I'll see you soon. Bye.